Excuse me. Yo, what's up, Ianu? Good morning. Back to the grind, huh? Back to the grind. Oh. Yeah, I was a little slower getting started this morning. We got a fuckload of snow last night, so I had to shovel it out. Shovel out the driveway. I gotta do my riffs. The fuck? Stupid horse? Hey, what's up, Nick? Good, I guess afternoon for you, yeah. Good morning. Oh, I know. I know. I just do not want to do it 4 times a day right now, but once they finally make it so you can do it once a day, I will go back to doing farming. I don't feel like breaking up my grind every 3 hours to go manage my farms. Yeah, they're just going to make it so... I don't know if it's going to be directly proportional. It might be technically a net loss versus people who managed it, you know, like swapped the second it was ready. But doing it once a day is easy because I can do it before my grind. Having to do it multiple times a day is annoying because now I gotta interrupt my grind. Why the fuck is my phone going off? Oh. If you're just going to, on the T10, I mean, it's easy to learn all the skills. I don't see any reason not to just make sure you learn them. I wouldn't care so much about optimizing the stats. That's very minimal, but... I guess it depends how much you Node War and Siege and stuff too, right? Because when your Cogdala horse dies, then you pull up one of your other horses. And you don't want it to be a complete potato. Yo, what's up, cool? Good morning. The strength of your guild, a lot of people think that it's, I mean, obviously, you know, if it's uncapped, it's your gear, but there's so much capped content that the strength of your guild is largely determined by how good of a shot caller you have at making sure he's doing the right calls and how well people are listening. But it doesn't matter how well you listen if you can't be there for the calls in time. So, if you can't be there for the calls, then it doesn't matter how good of a player you are or how good of a listener you are. If you just end up showing up to the fight after the ball's half wiped, then you're not providing a whole lot of value to your guild. At that point, you're just feeding kills to the enemy after the fight has been determined. I need to restart my client. Push the like button and subscribe, baby. Woo! I'm going to restart my client. Oh, man. Yo, what's up, McClurkin? Oh, shit. Right? If only there was an academy. Is there one? There was supposed to be one. It got delayed for like 3 weeks or something. But if you have any questions about the game, feel free to ask. Even if I don't get to the question, people in chat are usually pretty good at answering them. There's no Sangoon buff. Guess I should do bosses. I guess I should do my bosses. Oh. Oh, man. Uh-oh. You don't want to be at work today? Oh, how many weeks did you have off? Did I click my boxes? Oh, yeah, I did. Yo, what's up, John? This little bastard's doing his thing. Yeah, you really like it? Gen 5s. I saw Asus put out, I thought they were Gen 4s. Are they Gen 5 OLEDs or QD OLEDs? Nice. Well, I still have one 1080p monitor. How am I been? I've been pretty good. Oops, I should have went this way. No. If I had an ultra wide, you'd see it on the screen right now. Either there'd be black borders on the top of their top or bottom of the feed, or the edges would be cut off. Oh shit. What the fuck just CC'd me? That was super risky. You figure out how to equip 2 Hans? You need to teach me that tech. Okay, now we just gotta set 10 Apex and a 10 Sengusi. fuck? He's kind of blasting me right now. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta kill these things. I'm neglecting them. That's why I'm getting constantly chipped. Oh shit. He's doing that thing. Ooh. So, what's up, Trap? New Elk Zone? Yeah. Gotta wait, see what they end up doing with it. Well, we don't know the specifics, but it is looking that way. You can still link it to your Vel. You still can combine them. You're still gonna want a Vel. My biggest issue with it is how cheap they made it and the fact that it's time gated. I actually like something that was going to be an obnoxious goal for the super sweaty people. We need something like that. But otherwise, like, the premise behind what they're doing, I like it. Making it primarily silver driven. Don't think Elk Zone was for that? Well, originally was, right? It was going to cost on average like 12 to 15 billion silver, or trillion silver, sorry. So that was their original plan. But now they're doing a revamped plan. Oh, I don't know, Nick. Once again, we don't know a whole lot of specifics about it. They said it's not going to take crons. It's still going to be time gated. Who knows if they go crazy with the polishing or how that cost is going to be distributed. Obviously, a good chunk of it is sharps. But you might have to do a serious amount of processing every week. If you want to work on it. But we don't know the specifics. Shouldn't be this global lab, but the global lab after should have a better idea of what their plan is. Unless it's delayed again. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be Savior's gonna be a great like 1v1 class and smaller scale class. I mean, you have a lawn grab on a SAQ block class, so that's kind of crazy just all on its own. But it is primarily SA, and it's not that tanky of a class, and it has almost no sustain. So in large scale, it's you just got to play super ratty. I mean, basically the same way an Awakened Warrior had to already play. But I can't imagine you diving into a ball with that class and not immediately getting eviscerated. But for 1v1, I could see that class becoming a real fucking problem for most classes to deal with. Because that grab is the strongest grab in the game. It is unreal. It is unreal they thought that they should add a grab like that to the game. Especially right after they just nerfed grabs. Huh. Grabs are hard to land. Let's add a class that makes it easy to land again. Oh, shit. Fucking classic Pearl Abyss, man. Oh, the grab isn't even remotely the same. The difference with Sage is it has more iframes so it can stay alive longer. The Seraph doesn't get to get in close because he has to preserve every little drop of health she has because she has no sustain and no iframes. But the grabs aren't even remotely comparable. Not even close. Believe it or not, and I know a lot of you guys don't like to hear this, but Awakened Sage is the worst ranged grab. I would trade my grab for even just a warrior grab in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even think twice of it. I wouldn't hesitate for a second. On that buff. Swap to Dania. Put our calc on. You can. It's not a weekly quest. It's just a one-time family quest. So if you haven't done it yet, you can still do it. They made it permanent. A permanent one-time family quest. Because I guess I don't know. I guess their thought process was anybody who wasn't playing at that time, they didn't want them to get fucked. You do still have to do the quest line for it. Yes, you have to do all of the Adana quest line to unlock each one of the hand-ins. Okay, I think I have everything I want to do. Yeah, all looks good. What is this? Oh. Norelio's after that Japanese. I don't know what the Japanese word is for what I was gonna say. Shut up. Stop looking. What am I, a piece of meat to you? Hey, Omu Omu. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it tremendously. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We're here to do our daily laps, our daily circles. Calm down. I'm gonna do up these buttons. I'm gonna do it right up here. Go get a turtleneck. Did I stop grinding on the new class? No, this is the new class. I just ascended to an old class. Savior was only going to become a main if it was more paladin-like, but it's just modern warrior. That's all it is. Just fun, but I'm waiting for when they release that male paladin, male Velk. Sorry, that'll be the true paladin. Speaking of Paladin, Kanjara, I was playing a fuckload of D4 the last, well, I should say a fuckload, maybe like 3 or 4 hours. It's actually kind of crazy how much my Paladin on Diablo 4 actually plays like an Awakening Sage. I legit have like Spearbolt, Divine Executioner, and then one big attack that's nothing like it. Yeah. No, it feels great to grind on her. I grind faster on her than I do on my Sage. It's not my main, right? You enjoy what you enjoy. If I just wanted to play Warrior, I would have stuck with Warrior. Yeah, I haven't messed around with any of the other ultimates. I'm just doing the one that's like a giant slash. And I still haven't figured out how, but sometimes I'm able to do it like twice back to back. Which like one shots elites, or I guess technically 2 shots elites. Seems too with the upcoming Raboms, Dark Form's going to be changed a heck of a lot more than Light Form. The new tools that they're doing for it. So we might hop on it a little bit. to mess around with the dark form next week or later this week. See how much they've smoothed that out. Are you trapped? I have a feeling to be back on Musa in about 16 milliseconds. Musa is in. Choice is playing it. It's up huge. It's massive. That's why you're out? Damn, you're just gonna let Choice bully you off of Musa like that? That's crazy. That's crazy. Did the, what day do the things from the snowboarding event reset? Can I go get more sweet potato? It reset? Oh yeah, I should go get him. Thank you. Never mind. Uh-oh, he rolled off the save you already. She's awakened only. Actually, I think Mo primarily uses main hand, doesn't she? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. You need an awakened class. What about Awakened Ninja? Awakened Ninja's kind of insane right now. Super mobile, completely protected. Not even nearly as hard as it used to be because you just have so many lingers to just fucking chill in. Don't have to break your fingers like you used to because of those lingers. Great damage, good and capped. Maybe not in uncapped. I don't know if I've seen much ninjas in uncapped. But uncapped itself is just kind of shit right now anyways. Ooh, Wake and Hash too. Wake and Hash is always a banger. Too hard? Oh my god. Well then you're a Musa main forever if Awaken Hash is too hard. The only remotely complicated thing that they have is, and I say that very loosely, is the tab canceling. And if you can't learn one thing, it's over. You're a Musa forever. Yeah, just when they thought you were out, they pull you back in. Okay, let's go, fuck, what character did I have out there? Yeah, here we go. Let's go get our sweet potato. You don't collect trash? Well, I collect it. I don't save it. No. There's no reason to. I got 1 trillion silver worth of trash. What's the next milestone? 1 quadrillion silver worth amount of trash? Well, it didn't reset for me. Apparently it reset for you, though. So I might have to wait longer. Must reset on a different day. Wrong NPC? No, that was definitely the one with the quest. Wasn't it? I want the sweet potatoes from the quest. You're right. The vendor might have reset. I should go back to that. But the quest probably resets on Thursday. Fuck. Did you main Seraph? I don't know. Do you enjoy Seraph? If you need somebody else to tell you how to play a video game, then you're playing a video game for the wrong reasons. Ooh, how do we get these? Did we get those from the Yeti? Man, a real treat finding those. The 70 more. Let's go. Here's the cheat. Oh, shit. Maybe I'll go grab a cup of coffee now. I kind of feel like a cup of coffee now. You should let me dictate your whole life. Let Trep dictate your whole life. He'll get you hooked up. He'll make sure you do no wrong. Mm-mm-mm. We had a turkey dinner last night. I just put the turkey on the stove, the carcass, to make a stock. We had some leftover cheesy biscuits. Sugoi Zethian San. It's a whole lot of words I don't know. I know the Zethian one. That's me. Amazing. Oh, you buttering me up? What are you buttering me up for? What are you buttering me up for? I didn't say stop. Don't you dare stop. Squeeze you like a mayo bottle. Holy. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. Good day to you too. I'm fine with that. You go ahead and take 3 of those. Flat price. Back to the grind. Oh, actually, 1 second. I almost completely forgot. When I was getting the stock, like all the stuff in the pot ready, I had no garlic. I had no garlic cloves. So I just remembered I ran back upstairs and I put some garlic powder instead. Because you can't have no garlic in your stock. That's crazy. Is that the end? Oh, shit. Mr. Biceptimus coming with that big old fat raid. How you doing today? Thank you so much for that, brother. Good to see you back. Back on the grind. Now that the holidays are winding down. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. I hope everybody have wonderful holidays, wonderful new year. And not just yapping. Oh, we will yap, and we will yap loudly eventually. One thing you got to be cautious about when trying new things is the placebo effect. Maybe that is even a good way to describe it. But when you're just casually grinding, then all of a sudden you're like, you know what, I want to try something new. And then you actually start, paying a little more attention to your grind. And then at the end of your hour, you have more trash. You're like, oh, look at that, the item actually worked. But it actually had a lot more to do with you just paying more attention because you're actively testing something. I guess that's not really a placebo, but I don't know. Would there be a word for that? Nymphomare, yeah, do you get lots of back attacks there? Misattribution? That works. That sounds fair. Oh yeah, Seraph is a fantastic grinder. It's a fantastic grinder. When it gets its changes, I'm going to mess around with the dark form. Because I got a pretty good feel of the light form. I don't think these Rabams change a whole lot for the light form. You're still going to want to do mostly your standard rotation to try to get out as many crushing descents and bone crushes as possible. I think the main benefit the Rabams might add is like when you, in certain situations, maybe if you need to get one quick ability off, then maybe you'll do one of them. But I think dark form is more interesting, the changes and how they'll affect that. Between it being looks like it's gonna be a little bit more mobile, and the Rabams might be a little more dark form orientated. Yo, Morning Hammer, thank you for hitting me with that Twitch Prime. I appreciate you tremendously. 23 months, holy shit, dude. I just looked at the time of that. That's almost 2 years. You're one of those super lurkers. 4 messages typed in almost 2 years of subbing. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, running one BSR crystal, it's probably good on all classes, but especially Seraph. And then yeah, if you're hitting the AP caps, running the BSR Lightstone set is super nice too. As opposed to us annoying non-super lurkers. I don't know, let's see. Let's see your message history. 622 messages typed? Oh yeah, you're the worst. Oh my god. No, I'm just playing. Oh, I hope you're doing good today. Ooh, look at that. 2 years. Man, some of you guys, it's so crazy. I'm gonna need you guys to stop subbing, because every time you sub, it reminds me how long I've been playing this game for and how long I've been streaming for. Cut that shit out right now. They're making me feel old.
2 years. Zeth arrive, Zeth bucket, Zeth arrive.
Maybe it's time to shave the beard off. Go back to young Zeth. The beard adds like another 10 years to me. But then you get to see chin number 2 and 3 and 4. Especially when I go like this. At least my facial hair isn't gray, idiot. It's a little bit. If I get in nice and close, you see some little gray hairs in there, like some salt and pepper. I get more gray hair in my beard than I do on my head. I don't know if I have any gray hairs on my head yet. You just lost all your hair on your head, no going gray with that? I'm not even worried if that day ends up coming. I got apparently pretty good hair genetics. You know, I'm turning 42 soon. My hair is still, my hairline is receding a little bit, but all in all, pretty good compared to what else is out there. But yeah, if it ever starts going, I'm not worried about it. I used to shave my head when I was younger, so if I just go back to shaving my head, not a big deal to me. I had a buddy in high school, 16 years old, and he already had the Friar Tuck. And it took us like 4 years to convince him. It's like, dude, just shave it. Seriously, stop hanging on to what isn't there. I saw some, and I think it was just clickbait, but something about RDNA 5 and maybe AMD's next generation GPUs are gonna be more competitive. But then I noticed it wasn't through anybody reputable. It was just like a random thing, and I was like, I don't know. If it's not like Gamers Nexus or something, I don't really care about it. Probably just clickbait. Yeah. Yeah. In hindsight, I wished I bought a 5090. Kinjaro, I need you to go down to your local micro center and buy a 5090 and send it to me, and just send me the bill. I don't know if they still have some in stock for what, $2.5 grand US or whatever. And then we got to figure out how to get it across the border without them knowing what it is, so I don't have to pay tax and duty on it either. And then I wait for the graphics cards to go up in price, and I sell my 5080 to recoup the cost. $3,300 US. Holy, they've already gone up. Oh my God! I wish I pulled the trigger before Christmas. There was one I saw for, I think it was like $2,900 before tax, Canadian dollars, and it was on sale like 2 weeks before Christmas, and I was like, ooh, I should pull the trigger on that, but I was like, I don't know. And then I hemmed and hawed, and then Nvidia announced that they were going to reduce production, which caused them all to sell out. And then they announced, well, I guess it isn't an official announcement yet, but there are the rumors going around that they're going to increase the price to $5 grand, and now it's like, oh well, that shit's cooked. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all to me either. Is PC gaming dead or only for the rich? Ah, well, pretty soon you're going to be playing on remote PCs and renting playtime. It'll be like the old laundromats, you know? Well, while you're waiting for your laundry, you go to the front kiosk and you pay for an hour on their computers to kill time. Well, it's going to be like that. You're going to be playing on remote PCs. Because I play a game to enjoy it. I don't play a game just to accomplish things. I'm not a completionist type player. And I'm not going to make myself do things that I don't find fun just for the sake of doing them. Unless they provide some type of value to me. Tomorrow's a day where every shop closes. Should I actually buy food? Nah, food makes you sick. If you eat food, there's a chance it has like salt in it and fat in it and who knows what else in it, and all of those things can kill you. So just don't eat. Perfect. And then you get to avoid that. You can live forever. You could get food poisoning, true. I just lay belly down in the dirt and dig my root into the ground and absorb nutrients from Mother Nature. That's how I live. So how's everybody doing today? You all doing good? You all getting your grind on, making some silver, making some gains? Yo, good morning, Jimmy. Oh, that's a sick ringtone. That's a sick ringtone. I miss having a handbrake. My last two vehicles don't have a handbrake. They just have a button or a little switch. And it pisses me off. It absolutely pisses me off. I love in the wintertime just fucking drifting around corners and shit. It was so much fun. Just like speeding up into a turn, pulling that handbrake, cranking the wheel, and then just listening to my wife scream. And I just don't get that enjoyment in my life anymore. And that's why they removed the handbrake. Well, the thing is, it's even more dangerous now, because now I just have to fucking punch it and keep my foot on the gas to keep the wheels spinning in order to accomplish the same thing. And that's even more dangerous. Because, like, when you're pulling the handbrake and you do that, and if you hit, like, a patch of, like, somewhere where you actually have some traction, well, then your vehicle just, you know, it fucks with your drift. But if you punch it, and then all of a sudden you hit a patch of, like, asphalt, all of a sudden your tires grab, and you're fucking flying forward, and you're like, oh, shit! Drift stream when, yeah. I'll be another one of those kick streamers that ends up getting into an accident on stream. I don't know how it isn't, like, illegal to stream while you're driving. It's crazy how many times you see streamers get into accidents. Most of the time just little fender benders, but... You know, even if it's just the passenger, right? The driver can't help but fucking be involved in it, so he's obviously distracted. Or she. And before you know it, somebody gets rear-ended. Ooh, I just realized we are at 24%. We should definitely... We'll probably get like 25% by tomorrow. Between the grind today and dummies tonight and grinding tomorrow. Where am I? Yo mama's house. Nah, I'm in Canada. I'm in Ontario, more specifically. You drifting around London? No. I haven't been to London, Ontario. Every time I go down to the GTA, it's usually just flying port or landing right downtown. Or drive from like Toronto to like Niagara. have a buddy I used to game with a long time ago that actually lives in London, Ontario. You're in Ottawa now? You were in London a couple of weeks ago? Gotcha. I was in Ottawa about a year and a half ago. My daughters had a dance competition there. Any French speakers near me? Oh, French only speakers. I don't think so, no. Not here. My daughters speak French, but obviously they speak English too. We had a dance competition in Minneapolis last year in Minnesota. And it was our first time doing a dance competition in the US. And their dance competitions fucking suck. Don't get me wrong, they pay like crazy for production. But it's more of just like how many tricks you can do. Here in Canada for our competitions, there's a limit. You have a maximum amount of tricks you can do in your routine because it's supposed to be more about the dance and telling a message or a story, right? And bringing emotion to it. When we were in the US, it was just fucking, all the dances were just trick, 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 trick. It's like, that's all they fucking did. They didn't have any limits on that shit. And I was like, what are we even here for? Like, this is just a competition to see how many tricks you can do in 3 minutes. This isn't dance. This is like acro. It's like you're fucking doing acro. Not acro, sorry, gymnastics. But yeah, the dances had like no emotion, no story. It was just trick after trick after trick after trick, and it's like, this is not enjoyable to watch. But I mean, I guess if you like tricks. About the only thing that didn't have tricks was tap. That was about it. I'm surprised they didn't figure out how to throw in some aerials and shit into tap. Probably a little more dangerous than tap shoes. I need someone to watch on my side monitor now that Biceptimus went offline. Maybe I'll throw up Mr. Ripolis. See what he's got going on. Oh my god, and he's going for a coffee break. This son of a bitch. Never mind, I guess I gotta find someone else. Archive is grinding Hex? The hell? What's Steve up to? Ooh, hitting that Orbita. Looking handsome as fuck. When's the Alchemy Stone? Well, I mean, considering it's been delayed 3 times, at this point, them giving us dates doesn't matter anymore. If you failed to hit a date once, okay. If you failed to do it twice, what the fuck's going on here? 3 times now? Because you think about it, this is like the 3rd Alchemy Stone delay now. Because they did the first announcement at the Calpheon Ball, or sorry, the Hideout Ball, and they said it was supposed to come out before the Calpheon Ball, but then it ended up getting postponed to the Calpheon Ball, and then they announced it again at the Calpheon Ball, and then it got postponed again. Now, yeah, they postponed it for the final iteration now. It's like, so at this point, they can give dates, but I don't pay attention to the date. At this point, until they start meeting some of these deadlines that they're giving themselves, or meeting some of these expectations they're setting for themselves, I don't know. It's all meaningless now. Why does it say bottom text there? Like you forgot to type something in. What is up with that scuffed ass meme? Because it's dumb and I love it? It is dumb. It gave me a little chuckle. -3 gear score forever. I know. I fucking know. Game might die? No. The only thing that's gonna kill the reason why Black Desert hangs on as long as it does is because there just isn't something out there that scratches the itch the same way. We need a game that has like this game is 1000% carried by combat, and every MMO that comes out, just most of the time they just pale in comparison. They'll have great other systems, but BDO players love the combat, right? We fucking love it. And until a game comes out with comparable combat, BDO will continue to hang on. But it's so crazy. It's so crazy that when you take a look at any individual systems in BDO, they are all so shallow. There's nothing you can describe to anybody aside from the combat and be like, oh yeah, you should try the bosses. They're so cool because X, Y, or Z reason. It's like, no, the way you describe them is, yeah, you got these bosses you do, but they're kind of buggy. You never know if the telegraph is in the right place or like... And this is like just the story of BDO. Yeah, you got these sieges that are supposed to be these big fights, but you know, half the time they're super laggy and you know, you might be spinning around on the ground waiting to try to respawn or some bullshit, right? It's like every single system in BDO, you can't really sell the game to people by describing any of the individual systems. But because the combat interfaces with all those systems and the combat is so damn good, it elevates all these really shitty systems to feel a lot better than they are. It kind of hides how shitty all these systems are. And yeah, until another game comes out and is able to replicate this combat, we're gonna keep hanging on, man. We're gonna keep hanging on. You like how I say legs? Shut up. You can get yourself banned. We're not starting this all over again. I say it the same way fucking Google Translate says it. You guys are fucking demented. Don't even start with me. You already pissed me off. Look what you fucking done, Fug. God damn it. True. I guess he might have complimented me there. He might genuinely like it. No, my bad. My bad. I kind of went off. That's right. New year, new tone. Whoo, woosah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You failed my your enhancements again? You know what the fucking worst part is about these time-gated... Wait, never mind. Pop PMA. That gif reminds me of a stick bug. The little stick bug dance. But yeah, back to the conversation. Until another MMO comes out with like good combat and good systems, we're gonna keep hanging on here. We're gonna keep hanging on here. You don't think media players would eventually get tired of PA's shit? There's been plenty of reasons to be tired of their shit years ago. Once again, right? There has to be something to replace what you're doing. Because you know what happens to most people? Because people get tired of PA shit all the time. But then they sit there and they're like staring at their desktop and they're like, what do I play now? And then they might like tinker around a week on one MMO or 2 weeks on another. But they eventually realize, I just want that combat again. God damn it. And then they're back on BDO, right? There has to be something to replace it. Because you're still going to be looking for something to do with your time. But if there's nothing to replace it long term, you're just going to be back on BDO. And that's usually what happens. Oh yeah, 2019 was the worst year. Some people think like, what was it, late 2023? Or no, 2024. People were dooming about BDO. And that was a bad year, don't get me wrong, but nothing compares to 2019. But yeah, it's sad to say, but one of the best things BDO has going for it right now is the lack of competition. MMO devs just seem to suck these days. And like each of these new MMOs come out, they all have some cool things, but I don't know. BDO just kind of ruins MMOs for you. I think a lot of you would probably agree that once you get a taste of how good this combat feels, it really feels rough going back to that old shit. It feels hard to connect to your character and feel involved with your character when, yeah, you're just hitting 1, 2, 3, 4 on your hotbar. But one day it will happen. One day there'll be a team of devs that make a brand new MMO that does have good feeling combat. And it doesn't even have to be like at a 1-to-1 ratio with how good BDO's combat feels. Even if it's most of the way there, if it has good systems too, it's over for BDO. I played Dragon Nest. I didn't actually get that. I quit that game pretty quickly. I just, I don't know what it was. I just wasn't a fan. Yeah. Terra was the first game that got me into more action combat. I love the way that felt. That's one thing I wish BDO did better, is the big ass monsters that Terra had. Those felt so good that, like, if you properly avoided them, like if you got hit like 3 times in a row, you were fucking cooked. In some cases 2 times. But like if you were chaining your attacks together properly, getting your back attacks and your crits, and you could see the mob. You do this big attack, all of a sudden the mob fucking falls to its ass, and I don't know, the big ass monsters in that game felt a lot more enjoyable. Sunken cost fallacies at play here, definitely with a lot of people, sure. I mean, a lot of people. It's not even so much sunken cost, though. It's like so many games. This is why we have a graveyard of MMOs that released and failed. Why would you leave WoW to play a WoW clone? Why would you walk away from everything you have just to play a game that tries to copy the game you're quitting? There was so many games out there that tried to just be WoW clones. They were trying to replicate the success that WoW had with Blizzard. Or Blizzard had with WoW, sorry. And they don't realize that. Why would you leave the game that you're already playing just to play a game that's a copy, right? That is going to, just have a smaller community. When you have all of these established communities in WoW. That's why I think it's important that, and it kind of frustrates me, is, it does feel like Pearl Abyss is trying to make Black Desert a lot more casual friendly, and like, I don't know, I feel like if they go too far to making it feel like any other MMO, then people are just going to be less incentivized to come play it. I think they should lean into their niche, but obviously that's a personal preference thing. One of the main things that had me excited about BDO when I started playing it was how hardcore it felt. There was XP loss on even PvP deaths. The idea of ever capping one slot was obnoxious, never mind capping all your slots. That's what drove me to BDO, because I was like, damn, finally like a really hardcore MMO. But, it frustrates me because it feels like they're constantly leaning away from that. Combat in Terra was very good, close to BDO. The way you did inputs and stuff did feel really good, but the way your character moved around on the ground, it still felt like you were on rails, right? I don't know what it is. The best, like, you don't feel attached to the ground on BDO like you do in so many other MMOs. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. I don't know. Maybe there's a better way I could describe it. But so many games, it just feels like you're on invisible rails on the ground. No. That obviously has contributed, but that is a absolute minor contribution. The pity system and being able to cron everything. Back in my day, the first few years of the game, the idea of using crons was ridiculous. And then when the kicking point was when they added the central market. That kind of put crons on everyone's radar, and that's when they made like crons a fixed price. Back in the earliest days of BDO, you couldn't even get bases to click. If you wanted to work on your crescent ring, you couldn't go to the market and just buy a bunch of base crescent rings. You had to go out and spend the day trying to grind up bases to click. Every spot had its purpose. Yeah. Yeah, everybody was in... Well, unless you were some people, but most people, yeah, they always had a backup. Most people would never tap sheet. They would make a backup, and then once that got higher than sheet, then they would pull the other one off, swap them, and continued on that path. And yeah, there was no guarantee, right? There was no pity. Now you basically have an XP bar for your gear, where as you fail, you fill the XP bar, so eventually, no matter what, you're going to get it. Those two things have dramatically changed the feel of progression and made it a lot smoother. Thank God we have it, though. Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely a huge benefit for the game. I miss how epic the enhancements were, right? Like Marky Boy getting his Pen Layton is one of the best examples. The very first Pen Layton. You know, that's a moment that will never be replicated because the pity system has made things just... It's like I said, it's like an XP bar. Now it's not if you'll get it, it's when you'll get it, right? Which completely changes the whole dynamic, but in a very positive way, right? The cause did justify the means. It did not feel good to spend a week grinding to do one tap on your Pen Debo just to go backwards in progression. That fucking felt miserable, right? So the amount of misery that the pity system has alleviated from the game definitely is worth, taking away the, how epic some shit felt in the past. Yeah. Having to grind up 40 billion silver to do one Pen Debo click to then have it go backwards is just hilarious. Yeah. Honestly, I would prefer them to bring back the old deck system, but they have to fix this DP bullshit first. Any uncapped PvP just feels so fucking bad right now. Any advice on how to grind as many hours as yourself, Legend? Ooh, am I a legend? I appreciate that. That's definitely not true. There's a word that starts with A that's probably more accurate at describing me. If you want to be able to grind lots of hours, learn that consistency is key in BDO. And making sure you're enjoying what you're grinding and where you're grinding is a lot more conducive to putting in more hours than trying to min-max efficiency, right? If all you're doing is playing on whatever is you were told the best grind class is, and you go to whatever the best spot people tell you, you're not genuinely going to enjoy it. So you might only put in 1 or 2 hours, and then you're going to get burnt out, and you're going to want to log off, right? But if you genuinely enjoy what you grind on, and you really enjoy the grind spots, you'll grind for hours and hours and hours. Also, and this is a big contribution, is just having a community of people to talk with, right? If I didn't have you guys to talk with all day, I would not grind even remotely as much as I do. I couldn't sit here just grinding and sitting there with my own thoughts. That sounds terrifying. Oh, like every system in BDO can be improved upon. Node Wars, Siege, life skills, you name it. There is not a system in BDO that cannot be improved upon. And that'll always be the case. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but they should always, you know, strive to making everything better. A lot of it is subjective too, right? What would you consider better for you? Like, I prefer the game before there was a tag system, but I understand that in general the tag system is better for the game. But I definitely preferred the days of when there was a lot more class identity with players. When you saw a name, you knew what class they were playing. And if you ever saw them swapping to a different class, you knew that they had to put in a tremendous amount of effort to make that swap and the risk that comes with it, right? I personally really liked that, but I understand that in general that's not good for the game. So it'll be it would never be a hill that I would try to die on to have come back. Yeah. Oh, that is the best thing to do. I try to tell people, when I have new people come to the game and say, hey, what kind of advice could you give to me as a new player? I say don't compare your progression to anybody else. There's some people who are going to play hard and get lucky. There's going to be some people who barely put in any work and get lucky. You're going to have people who play really hard and get unlucky, and you're going to have people who don't play hard and get unlucky. And you're going to be somewhere in between all that, right? And if you stay focused on other people's progression, you're just going to most likely make yourself miserable. Just every day, try to make your character a little stronger than it was the day before, and do it at a pace that's comfortable for you, and you will find so much more enjoyment out of the game. Holy fuck, let me click this fucking scroll! Why is it so fucking clunky to try to refill your fucking scroll? It's so annoying. Just let me fucking click it like it's a potion. I honestly wish that loot scrolls were like back in the old day. I don't give a fuck about being able to pause my loot scroll. You get so many loot scrolls, it's impossible to run out anyways. Just let us put that shit as a buff like it was back in the day, and we can put it on our ferry. Just put 10 hours? No, I don't want to put 10 hours because sometimes I do AFK, and I don't want to fucking drain like 8 hours because I'm sitting on the dummies with my loot scroll going or some bullshit. But it feels so fucking clunky trying to pop a loot scroll in the middle of your grind. Hey, if you're AFKing overnight, you can. If you're accidentally, like if you pop one buff, then it's not a big deal. If you lose 10 minutes of it. There's a difference there. Oh shit, I gotta unplug my external hard drive. It just caused nothing but issues. Hey, what's up, Tears? 20 gear score in one day? Ooh! Ooh. You're getting gains. I want to get 20 gear score in a day. Hey, what's up, Les? I'm doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well. Where your fly? Did you not hear it? Maybe the music was too loud. I like systems that are more hardcore, John. The more hardcore they can make BDO, the happier I would be. The more difficult they made it to progress. But I don't expect everybody to enjoy that as well. I think if they made the game as hardcore as I would want it to be, the game would be dead. There'd be a very small handful of people willing to put in that time, I believe. But, that's just because my preferences are different. Fucking banjo goes crazy. I love it when people go crazy on banjos. I couldn't sleep last night, but had a very, very good start of the week. Ooh, well that's nice to hear. I slept too well last night. It was kind of annoying because this morning, of course it's the night where, like, you know when you wake up and you don't want to get out of bed and you just want to sleep longer and you're just like perfectly comfy. You're not hot, you're not cold. It's like your pillow is just the right temperature. Well, I was having one of those mornings. Except I had to get my ass out of bed to shovel fucking snow. Because, you know, the kids got to get to school and all that. Would you still play the game if I was not streaming? No. No, I probably wouldn't be playing BDO. I'd be playing more Diablo and Path of Exile. How do you like this current league? I'm not a fan of this current league in PoE. Although I didn't really get to experience it a whole lot. I'm not a fan of Druid. I guess it would probably be more accurate. But I'm really enjoying Paladin on D4. I haven't played Diablo 4 since release. And, oh, poor Steve just died and lost the Void Crystal. I haven't played Diablo 4 since release, and the game has evolved a lot since then. And then I'm really, really vibing with the Paladin class on there. The crazy thing is, too, is my Paladin plays a lot like Awakening Sage, so that might have a lot to do with why I enjoy it so much. Having a class that's like a Paladin and an Awakening Sage combined into one, oh my god. I don't know how many times you guys have heard me say that if they ever add like a proper Paladin to BDO, that might get me to roll off Sage. Now imagine a class that's like Paladin and Sage mixed. Holy. Yeah, I'm doing the Zealot. I'm doing like a Sword and Board Zealot, but I am becoming tempted because like my cooldowns and stuff are hitting so hard. And you can use Fervor? No. Rally. There's a Rally cooldown that stacks up that you can use to refill your faith, which is your resources. That I'm actually half tempted to swap to just like a full damage two-hander build to get more damage out of those cooldowns. Sorry, just chatting to my wife. Two weeks to finish a build in Pee-wee. You can be full, exalted, and clear T15 maps easily. Yeah, it depends on how you play. Like, if you really want to extend your PoE, play solo self-found. And if you really want to extend your time on it, play solo self-found hardcore. Because then you got to play a lot slower, and you got to take the time to find the proper gear and all that. That will dramatically stretch out a league for you. If you just play non-hardcore and like with the market, yeah, you can progress and you'd be done so fast. You get one lucky divine, and then all of a sudden your fucking guild is your build is goated. Same for Diablo. Is there a market in Diablo? I actually haven't. I haven't noticed if there's actually a market to buy stuff in Diablo. I've been just playing with anything I've basically been playing solo self-found. Yeah, I didn't realize there was trading in there. I'll probably just continue playing it the way I am. I don't feel like trying to speedrun it. I'm still trying to relearn some of the systems that are still foggy to me, like putting aspects and stuff on your gear. Like, I feel like my build, like the way I'm playing, has a ton of potential for growth right now, because I just don't even have proper aspects and shit to amplify my build. It's getting a dedicated solo self-found with the expansion? Oh, that's cool. Is it tiring to farm with Awakening Sage? No. Well, not for me. For some people, yeah. Tempering and masterworking? I think I saw a tempering. But yeah, there's so much that I just have not explored in Diablo yet. I kind of made things a little bit difficult for myself, because I'm playing on Expert. I've been making sure I've been playing on a harder difficulty, so it's actually challenging and I'm not just face rolling through. And I was getting like good legendaries and stuff and getting pretty geared, and then all of a sudden there was a Hell Rift, I think it's called, in the area that I was in. So I decided to do that, and there was just people funneling in and killing Duriel over and over again. And I got caught in that, and then all of a sudden it was just like, level up, level up, level up. I gained like fucking 15 levels and got like no gear, and all of a sudden, you know, all the mobs are way harder. My gear hasn't kept up with them. I was like, fuck, that probably wasn't that good of an idea. But I'm starting to grow back into it again. It definitely has made it more fun when things are more challenging. But yeah, like I'm still not even level 50. I'm like level 46 or something now. Yeah, I ended up doing that too, but I just spent too much time killing Duriel over and over again, because I was like, oh cool, levels, yeah, I get to see some skills. It's fun. Diablo 4 is a lot of fun. Diablo looks like it's going to follow the same path as like every other Diablo. There hasn't been a single Diablo that has come out amazing on release. It's usually expansion 2 or 3 where it really starts to take off, right? And it's looking like Diablo 4 is going to be the same way. Even Diablo 2, people look at Diablo 2 through rose-tinted glasses. But they don't realize before Lords of Destruction, Diablo 2 was also the same thing. It was a very shallow game. The devs for Diablo have always been good at, you know, making it better over time. Hey, what's up, Big Value? I had a stack of distorted crystals sell last night, so got a new stack listed. Those will probably take about 3 months to sell. This stack of 8. These will take some time to go back up. They're pretty high there, eh? Ooh, 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 ooh. That's bullshit. I should have got 2 of those, but I got the number is invalid. Shut up. No, it wasn't. Has the market been bugging out for you guys over the last couple days, or did they finally do a hot fix for it? How much silver do you grind a week? It's hard to say because I'm always buying stuff while grinding, right? I'm always buying costumes and stuff, and I don't really keep track of my expenses on top. Market still bugging? Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, the market is like one of those things where they should be like all hands on deck fixing that shit, because the market is one of the most important systems in the game for how your play experience feels. The fact that we're going to have to wait till maintenance for something as important as that to be fixed is kind of, I don't know, insulting. Do you have 250,000 sharps for your alchemy stone? You don't need 250,000 sharps. You don't need any sharps if you don't want to. Is the damage difference big between Awaken and Suck Sage? Suck Sage does much higher damage than Awakening Sage, but Awakening Sage is way better at getting back attacks. And the back attacks more than make up for the damage. No. Sharps are a requirement, but there's also going to be a vendor item that is a replacement for sharps if sharps get over a certain value. So basically it puts a ceiling that if sharps are ever above 5 mil a pop, then you just go to the vendor and buy that item instead as a replacement. Which is a good change, because yeah, the sharp market would have been completely cooked. If you wanted to progress your alchemy stone, you would have to spend like all week gathering just to get the sharps to do your clicks, and that would have been fucking miserable. I would have done it though. I would have done it. We would have been a grind stream or a gathering stream every day. I'd have been out there sucking trees all day. Actually, I don't know, dude. Is that the best way to get sharps? I think mining is actually the best way, right? I'd probably have to go to like Pilgrim's Haven or something. Oh my god, Pilgrim's Haven PvP all over again. Butchering? Maybe butchering. I can't remember which one it is. Pretty much all the same? No, there's actually variation to the life skilling, depending on the type of gathering. Some will give more Caphras, some will give more hards and sharps. There actually is some variation to it. So if you're trying to focus on one specific thing. Oh, hunting! True. I forgot hunting was usually pretty good for sharps. Not for sharps, that's gems and Caphras. Oh, that might be what I'm confusing. I knew it was some enhancing thing, but yeah, maybe I'm thinking of the old, the gems used for enhancing Prion gear. You might be right there. I'm still waiting for the day they let you use loot scrolls for gathering, and it increases your, all the shit you get. It's crazy to me that you can't use a loot scroll for gathering, considering gathering is practically identical to grinding. Instead of finding a mob and killing it, you find a tree and suck it. Yep. Gather item drop rate exists, so I don't understand why they don't add gather item drop rate to loot scrolls. Have I played Awakened Musa? I played it back in the day, yeah. Very briefly. It's a very boring class, very linear. I don't think that's an issue, though. Gathering is so far behind grinding. Plus 50%, I don't think is going to get it up to still what grinding with a loot scroll is able to accomplish. One thing you have to remember, too, is if people are getting more materials, they're just going to undercut each other more. So it's, even though initially you might see a significant increase in the amount of money you make, it'll balance out as people undercut each other and drive your margins will get tighter. That's the complicated thing with life skills, right? Is if you pump in too much supply, the margins just get tighter and people get squeezed out of it. Since grinding is already limited by energy. Oh, you mean gathering? Yeah. Gathering, is limited by energy. Although there's some ways to bypass that, right? You can get some pretty good foods that keep that energy pumping. You're in the top streamer with all these bots? Yeah, I wish. Jeez. Life would be easy. Grinding is limited by energy as well, just IRL energy. I do find that when I'm out gathering, I don't know what it is, I cannot do it nearly as long as I can do grinding. Gathering does sap my IRL energy so much harder. Grinding is limited by Igris. Well, gathering is affected by Igris too, right? You can actually use that for... Oh my god, fucking Traces of Far Nature are going crazy. I think it's the lack of dopamine hits when you're gathering, right? I mean, you can get the Wild Millennial Ginseng, which that obviously feels good, but that's so far and few. Where when you're gathering, you get a Debo here, you get a Han Crystal there, you get a Herald here. Oh, speaking of Debos, right? That just kind of gives you that little dopamine hit a little more regularly. And then when that Debo hits your inventory, you open it up to see if it's a Pry or a Duo. It's all about those regular dopamine hits that keep people, excited and motivated. By the way, All Out Conflict, why are you back? You said you unfollowed the stream a while ago. Man unfollowed the stream but still lurks in the shadows. Oh, professional hater. I fucking love it. skills are way less effort compared. No, I disagree. I think things should be tiered based on. I think what you're conflating is activity. Grinding is not effort. If that's the case, like I would argue that grinding on Guardian is way less interactive than gathering. Right? There's certainly a difference between class to class, but that's something completely separate. I think things should be tiered based on level of investment and activity, right? So if you're required to sit there and be actively playing to do an activity, and you have a equal investment into your gear to do said activity, then it should be similar money. So for example, right, if you've invested 1 trillion silver into your gear for grinding, or if you've invested 1 trillion silver into your gear for gathering, both of them, because they're both active activities that require you to be in your chair doing them, they should generate similar silver, right? Now, if you have an activity like when you're sitting on an alchemy tool and you get to go AFK for 30 minutes at a time, right? That's a semi-AFK activity. That should generate less silver because you don't need to be sitting there at the PC the whole time, right? And then you have your full AFK activities like fishing, right? Where overnight you go to bed, you let that shit rip for 8 hours, requires like no effort at all. Those should obviously be the least profitable activities. But it should all come down to, you know, how active you are and how invested you are into that activity in terms of like your silver investment. So like PvP, for example, PvP, it is a very active activity, right? Like you have to be sitting there and doing it. I think if you have an equal investment into it, it should be comparable to other active activities. The game should reward you for actively playing it. It's as simple as that, right? Why not? I also think that Pearl items must be swappable within the account. No extra payments. You already paid for the items. Maybe not for all things, but for your outfits and stuff, especially outfits that apply to like all classes, right? Like you have some outfits, like Outlaws of Magoria, right? You can wear this on a ton of different classes. I think every male class actually has this. Maybe even female classes too. There should be a wardrobe feature where once you get a costume, you can load it into the wardrobe, and any character, if they have access to that outfit themselves, they should also be able to wear it. Instead of you having to buy, like if, let's say you wanted to play, 10 different classes and you swapped regularly. Dances as well, right? Those should definitely be family bound, not just character bound. I think weight and inventory are fine being individual character, because we have ways for there to be, like, you have your maids, which are a family, and you have your family inventory. So you already have things like that can access your whole account, and then your individual weight is on top, right? So I don't have as much of an issue with individual weight. Yeah, well, they would have to overbuff gathering a lot for it to compare to grinding. Oh, that all-out conflict guy. I just went to Biseptimus' stream to see what type of messages he was typing there. That man was fucking mauling about me in Biseptimus' chat. Holy, I am living rent free in that kid's head. Holy shit. Man is so upset that I have an opinion. I love being able to go to different streamers' streams and see, like, when I have somebody acting out of pocket in my stream, just to see the type of shit they type in other people's streams. What did you do to him? I had an opinion and he doesn't like it. Apparently. That's what it looks like based off of his chat history in my stream and by Septimus's. There's some people out there, they'll only jive with you if you share their opinions. Because Zeth is a nerd that wants expensive things. Yeah, that's it. That's really it. That's the fastest summary. What happened? You miss it? Oh no, somebody who just made a little backhanded comment earlier. It's always interesting to see what's going on in their minds, right? So I initially checked their chat history here, and we see like what their mentality has been in here for a while. And then if it's spicy, then I'll go check other streams, other popular streams that I know that they are very likely, if they're involved in the BDO community, they're probably typing there to see if there's similarities, right? And you very quickly notice 99% of the time that there's a trend, right? My Septimus is a clown. He runned away from EU to NA because life skills are more profitable there. And a few months ago, you were able to buy crons from Marketplace via outfits. Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely true. He knew 9 years ago when he accidentally clicked on NA that when they eventually added pay-to-win to the game, that the pay-to-win would be so much more accessible on North America. He's actually a master strategist. He was just so far ahead of his time. He does. He does. I honestly think that had to have been a joke comment. I think he's just playing. Instead of putting a smile at the end, he meant to put a kappa. The Nostradamus, yeah. He was so ahead of his time. Emo, what are you on? By the way, what are you typing? I feel like you struggle with humor. He's called Biceptimus, not Big Brainimus. I know, maybe he's branded incorrectly. No, the other emo guy typing weird shit in chat. Of course you. Jesus, you do struggle. Never mind. I'm not having a conversation with you. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Who, me? Oh my god, this fucking guy. I don't care what you are. Oh my god. See, this is why we're not having a conversation. Jesus. Oh, you can't fucking write this shit. What is wrong with people? Prince Fluffy. Oh, shit. Did you say, well, you typed some shit. It's weird shit. Just don't worry about it. Once again, we're not having a conversation. I immediately, based off of your series of comments and your response to my response, I'm not doing it. We're not doing it. No, thank you. Too much fluoride intake? I wonder whatever came of that. I remember at one point, I can't remember if they ended up doing it or not, but they were planning on putting fluoride in the water here. I can't remember if they ended up doing it. I know there's a bunch of drama about it. Getting rage baited? No, I'm avoiding it. I'm avoiding it. No, there's no offense. I'm apparently laughing is being offended these days. Once again, you're being weird. Cut that shit out. Cut it out. Fluoride is nuclear waste? Is that what it is? You just looked at your back door. The worst part is if you're living in an apartment building and you're like the
fifth or the sixth floor, and you hear the knock, and you're like, what the fuck?
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Yeah, I regret making that sound effect. I never should have added it. It's definitely high on my list of sound effects to get rid of. But you guys use it so much, I feel bad taking away toys from you guys. Kyther's one? No, that one's a treasure. That one's fantastic. That one. That one. Not the knock. I like that, because that fucks... That one! Fuck. It gets played way too much. Way too much. I really hate living in a 6th floor and people find random small capsule containing highly radioactive cesium from a mining accident in my wall. Does that happen often? Does that happen often?
I'm getting hacked.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
I'm getting hacked. I'm getting hacked.
You have the patience of a saint? No, I just have lots of practice. I'm really good at tuning things out. The thing that annoys me the most, and I don't even want to tell you guys because you guys are just going to do it more. Some of you already know.
Blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity boom spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
Kids will do that. Lots of
They ask you how you
practice.
are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
There are some things that I have a tremendous amount of patience with, and there are some things that I have zero patience with. That's tolerance, not patience. I mean, you can be tolerant and patient at the same time. Those aren't mutually exclusive. You hate the fly, and that's why I love it. Those sound effects that fuck with you guys, I hear them so much that I'm just desensitized to it, right? But for new people who come into the stream that don't know about the knock, that don't know about the Discord call, that don't know about the fly, I know it's fucking with them the first few times it does that shit. And I love that. I love it. Yeah. I feel bad for people who are maybe playing on or listening on
I am
speakers,
cheating. I am a hacker.
and they have like dogs or something. Every time the fucking knock goes off, the dog starts fucking barking, and oh my god. I bet that's great. Should do a doorbell. I don't know. Doorbell isn't as good because, like, a knock is a knock, right? They all sound generally the same, depending on the knocker, of course, right? But some people obviously knock hard, some don't. Some like to knock with a dit 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 dit, waiting like somebody's gonna knock back on the other side, dit dit, but it never comes. That's me, by the way. But generally, right, knocks are the same. Where doorbells, on the other hand, you can have a whole range of different sounding doorbells, so it's not really going to fuck with anybody. Actually, you know what would be... Oh, I am Satan for thinking of this. We need to have a fire alarm low battery chirp sound effect. Yeah. It sounds great. Prince? The fuck you just say? My smoke detectors are hardwired. Wouldn't work for you. Yeah. That sounds nice. Never having to worry about a battery? Yeah, maybe it would be a problem. All of a sudden people become, because of the stream, they become desensitized to their fire alarms, and then they stop changing their fire alarm batteries at home, and then I find out somebody fucking burns to death because they didn't change their fire battery. That'd be terrible. Maybe we don't add that. Hardwired still have a battery backup?
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
Yeah, just in case for a power outage. That does make sense that it would have a battery backup. But you probably wouldn't have to change the battery nearly as much, right? Fire alarms uncommon out here? Don't have one? Are you serious? Oh my god. Burning to death has got to be one of the worst ways to go. There is no fucking world where I'm not having my fire alarms always ready. I test them regularly. If I'm ever cooking and I accidentally maybe burn something a little, or there's some smoke where I'm like, oh, the fire alarm is going to go off. And if it doesn't, I'm checking that detector that night. We even have carbon monoxide detectors on both floors of the house, too. That, on the other hand, is probably a better way to go. Because you're asleep, and then you're asleep forever. But... yeah. Carbon monoxide has no, no odor, undetectable, just all of a sudden your brain's
I
deprived of
tested
oxygen.
the batteries in some fire alarms this weekend.
Yeah, CO2 is carbon dioxide. The 2 is the di, right? And then O is the oxide. Di meaning 2. Carbon monoxide is the one that's a problem. Carbon dioxide obviously is a problem too, but carbon monoxide is the real dangerous one. The thing about carbon dioxide is you can smell it, right? Like if you're sitting in the garage and your vehicle's idling and you got the door closed, you're gonna smell that exhaust building up. Although maybe that's just because of the other byproducts in the carbon dioxide, like in the vehicle. I don't know. A fire blankie? What do you mean? When you're having an oil fire, you don't just throw water on it? Water counters fire, don't you know? It's actually crazy how many people, like how many videos there are on the internet, people having like a pot that catches fire and then they go to throw water on it. People don't realize how effective just a lid, putting a lid on your pot can be. I like watching this show called Landman. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. And there was an episode in this season where there is a ammonium disulfide or something. I can't remember. Some type of sulfide, but a leak. And it's just like, it made me look it up. I was like, huh, what is that? And I looked it up. Oh yeah, hydrogen disulfide or dihydrogen sulfide. Anyways, I had to look it up and I was like, holy fuck, that's a scary fucking gas. Jesus Christ. Don't they put additives to certain gases so they're smellable? Probably in some situations, yeah, but like in areas where like carbon monoxide is important because like if you have like I have fireplaces in my house, gas fireplaces, right? And that's apparently can be a culprit for a leak. So right by that fireplace, we actually have one of the carbon monoxide detectors. Fourth time in 3 days, you have to restart BDO because the central market stopped working. They better fix that this maintenance, I swear to God. Something that is as important to your play experience as the central market, not being something that they are considering an emergency hotfix is crazy to me. Yeah. I did find that out too. Going to character select doesn't work, but if you go to character select and then server select, that fixes it, so you don't have to restart your whole game. For me, it always seems to happen after swapping characters. Not every time after swapping characters, but that is the primary time it happens. I might take a little, like, a very brief intermission here shortly, chat. I feel bad. We got a fuckload of snow last night, and I shoveled the front and what the plow did, but I haven't shoveled the spot in the back for the dogs. I got 2 little Boston Terriers, and right now the snow is so high that, like, their bellies are even dragging in the snow, so I feel kind of bad for them. I might take the 10 minutes to quickly go shovel a spot for them so they don't have to deal with that for the rest of the day. It won't take long, but I got a little area that I shoveled for them. Been a horrible winter snow-wise so far. We had like a really... the first couple months, like normally we start getting like some snow late October, but it doesn't stick around. November it starts sticking around, and by December, we usually have a pretty good amount of snow. But it was like mid-December this year until we got snow. But it's like now it's playing catch-up. I don't know what the fuck's going on. We've been getting so much snow over the last 3 weeks. Not as bad as some places, but like, just feels like it's non-stop snowing. I am in Northern Ontario, yeah, Northwestern Ontario. Snowman building stream when? Well, right now it's not the proper snow for that. It's like really fluffy and not sticky snow. Should build a snowman that looks like a guardian. A big old guardian. We'll do like a guardian twerking. I wonder if I have the skills to make that. Is the tone better or worse? Well, it was better until you got here laughing. Then I saw your fucking name pop up, and now my whole day is ruined. And it's almost Thursday, too, so I'm going to have to deal with, like, you and Enlave and Gahaz and whoever the fuck else shows up to watch, to revel in my misery. Any idea why Divio stopped streaming? Divios is on a 7-day vacation. He'll be back when he's done. He'll probably be streaming. I'm going to go ahead and guess Thursday night. Or Wednesday night, sorry. Probably Wednesday night. Wild guess, I know, crazy. What would he get banned for? There was a quest in the Serendia quest chain that you could do that was giving an excessive amount of contribution XP, and he ran it on like 20 characters. From what I understand, and I don't mean to speak for him, I'm sure he'll talk all about it and he'll be able to give us specifics, but from what I understand, he didn't think it was bugged. He thought it was just something new that they added for new players, to like kind of like a catch-up mechanic to make it so you get a larger initial chunk of XP. So he ran it on multiple characters thinking that it would be a good way to kind of get himself a little burst of contribution. Once again, he'll be able to speak on this better because obviously, you know, it's what's going on with him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said that too, that he told PA about it. Why would PA ban someone for that and their biggest PvPer? Well, I mean, exploitation is exploitation, right? And that's obviously how they viewed it. It was an unintended bug, and doesn't matter how predominant of a figure you are, the rules should still apply to you, right? It also doesn't matter that CP is almost completely useless. Yeah, right? It's kind of like back in the day with the 2 workers, 1 node thing, right? Even for the people who were blatantly abusing it, not accidentally abusing it, it was still an inconsequential amount of experience. But that doesn't mean that or not experience, money. But, you know, abuse is abuse, right? He might have got like a 30-day if he didn't report it, but by the sounds of it, and I'm pretty sure he said this in here the last time he was in here, that while he was doing it, he put in a ticket to, I guess, I don't know whether it was asking about it or reporting it or what, but yeah, no one should be exempt from the rules except for me. It's true. The rules are for the poor only. Zeth is too rich. True. If I ever get caught in some type of exploiting scandal, they should say, either you take a ban, or you pay us 100 billion silver a day to avoid the ban. So 700 billion silver to avoid a 7-day ban. How much silver to avoid a permaban then? I don't know. It's a good question. How do you figure that out? In a perfect world, the GM would have to win a 1v1 with the player he tries to ban with the same gear. That would be peak cinema. Could you imagine? Yo! If it was like the Coliseum, once a week, all the people who are going to get banned have to fight for their lives. And if they lose, they're gone. God damn. That'd be sick. That'd be cinema for sure. Okay, I'll bring you back, chat. It'll only take me like 10 minutes, but I should shovel a quick little spot for my dogs. I feel bad making them their little paws cold. Delete the character? Well, they're getting banned, so it doesn't matter if the character is deleted or not, right? There we go. Dogs are all set up. I need to clean my glasses. Nice shirt. I can't see who's writing that. Who's writing that? Oh, Kiki. What the fuck? Fuck you. Looking through right at you, Kiki. Where you live, Kiki? Dahmer glasses. Shut up. You're just jealous. You like my glasses. Yeah, are they? I don't think so. I guess I could maybe see the similarity. Aviators? No. I don't know, actually. Who knows if it's the same glasses as on the... Let's see. Just Google it. Images. Gotta look at pictures of the original guy, not the Netflix adaptation too, right? Yeah, no, they are definitely different. The Netflix ones are a little closer. God damn, look at her. Ooh. Oh! Kiki, can you fuck off? I think I'm allergic to you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Shut up, bitch!
You gotta love people in chat who are willing to bless you. They're willing to share their blessings.
I'm getting hot! FBI, open up!
Unbless you? Nah, you can't unbless me. It's already mine. I have to give it back now, and I'm not. Wouldn't it buy motivation to grind? Just chill with me. Listen to some music, get in the zone. Don't grind for the destination. Grind for the journey. Hop on your favorite class, go to your favorite spot, and just get lost in the circles. As I've gotten older, I've felt like the Pope has become less and less influential. It does feel that way, huh? Probably because of multiculturalism, right? I don't know what country you live in, but Canada and the US, we definitely feel proportionally a lot less Catholic, and there's just a lot more diversity and multiculturalism, right? That, yeah, you're obviously going to see a lot less of it. A lot less people, you know, celebrating Christmas and decorating and ni hao, yeah. Definitely a lot more East Indians here in Canada than like Chinese or Japanese or Korean people. We have a very small amount of that. We do have some like Vietnamese and Thai people here, but definitely significantly less. Too many? I don't know if I would say too many. I think it's just like anybody. I think if you stay focused on the things you don't like it's all about perspective. Like I know a lot of people will complain about, oh, there's so many East Indian people taking jobs in Canada. It's like, but like some of them, they fucking work their asses off. So like that's a net gain to me. Now, there's something to be said about having somebody with a thick accent working a drive-through. Drive-through speakers are already really bad, and having a thick accent is definitely going to slow down your drive-through. Ooh, that looks fantastic. Thank you. My lunch has arrived, chat. My lunch has arrived. Yo. And I look over at my side monitor and Steve is sitting there licking his fingers too. Oh, me and that man will be eating together right now. I like it.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. May I take your order? What? What did you say?
What did you say? Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to a restaurant specifically because there's a lot of East Indians working there, that says a lot more about you. Now, if you don't want to go to that Tim Hortons because they're constantly fucking up your order, right? Maybe there's communication problems at the drive-thru and your order's constantly getting fucked up, then you have a reason. But if it's based exclusively off of race, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be saying that out loud. If you fuck up my order regularly, I'm going to stop going there. It doesn't matter who's behind the drive-thru. Why does he say burger like that? I didn't even see how it said it. Must be the stormtrooper accent. Nothing will give you the runs like going to an East Indian establishment. I don't know about that. We have a place named Masala Grill that does a lot of Indian food. It's one of my favorite restaurants in town. The butter chicken, their naan bread, all of the different like chickpea meals and stuff like that. It is fucking awesome. Yeah, Quebec is definitely different. What he said is in general true across Canada, but it's obviously not the rule. Quebec actually has its own laws in regards to what they refer to as trying to preserve their heritage, right? And everything has to have their primary label. Correct me if I'm wrong. Their primary label has to be in French, and then there has to be the English translation. You're not even allowed to have the opposite. There was actually a whole thing. There was like a store in Quebec. I'm trying to remember the story. You guys might be able to Google it after with the vague information I have. But there was a store that like specialized in miniatures and stuff like that, like board games, stuff like that, right? And because of the way the laws were being set up, he technically wasn't allowed to sell a lot of that merchandise, and it was going to put his business out of business because you can't expect these manufacturers to change the way they package everything just for his store, right? Because of where he's located. There's a whole story on that. I can't even remember how that worked out. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. That was yummy. Yeah, occasionally I'll get commercials and stuff in French, and I don't speak any French. Oh, let's see if we hit level 64 yet. Ba-boom! Oh my god, look at that. 64 and 14%. My savior is so strong. Or Seraph, sorry, Seraph. Yo, Kiki. Don't you play with Vert regularly? Are you playing Ashes of Creation as well? I always forget to ask Vert more about it when he's in here. No and no. Oh, okay, never mind then. Where did you get those? That's made by the stream. That's made by you guys. We have a redemption option in the channel redeems. 25,000 points for portrait contribution. And the rules are listed, I believe, in the contribution redeem. You have to use MS Paint, and it has to resemble what either A, the character is, or B, what it's for. And then we bring both the new one and the existing one up on screen. Chat votes which one they like better, and it replaces, if it wins, it replaces the current one. Did your kids draw any? No. No. I should get my daughter to draw one. She's actually fantastic. Actually, you guys want to see a picture she drew? Or she painted? Let me show you. Here, let's go full screen camera. I'm going to have to cover her name. But this is what she painted. So this is we had an older dog that passed away. And these are two newer dogs. And it's like he's holding them in his wings. She painted that for us. Here, I'm going to bring it back upstairs. I don't want it to accidentally get damaged. They look like rabbits. You look like a rabbit. The fuck? I don't know if Zeth could pull up Bob Ross. He'd get pissed off and beat across the room. No, I'd just beat the devil out of it the whole fucking time. The whole time I'd sit there beating the brush against the easel. That looks like the funnest part to me. How did a kid turn out so wholesome raised by me? I'm a wholesome person. I am a terrible painter, by the way. Terrible. Actually, believe it or not, the other way around. I was the stay-at-home dad. I was daddy daycare. Believe it or not. I think I have you guys to thank. Because all I did when raising my kids was think of, okay, how my goal, I will consider myself successful as a parent if I make sure my kids are not annoying to be around. Because I have some people who are annoying to be around in my chat. So I kind of was like, okay, how do I make sure my kids don't end up like them? But now you gotta go outside now? Go on, buddy. My wife's making a shepherd's pie for dinner. But instead of using, like... What do they normally use? What is it, veal or something? Or beef? Using turkey. Like a turkey shepherd's pie. Never had it. I bet it's gonna be delicious. No, no bell peppers. Not shepherd's pie. Don't be fucking weird. Lamb? Yeah, lamb is veal, isn't it? No, veal's baby cow. Lamb is baby sheep. I was mixing them up. Does it belong in ramen? Yes. Peppers are fine in ramen. You can look it up. Just because you don't have peppers in ramen doesn't mean that a lot of people don't. It just means that you're uncultured. Has Indian food once. Actually, my wife makes a mean butter chicken. I'll have that shit every day of the week. Make like a nice little garlic naan. That sounds great. Veal is baby lamb? A lamb is a baby sheep, isn't it? I thought veal... was baby cow. Or am I thinking of something else now? What's baby cow then? I thought that was veal. Veal is baby cow. Yeah, I thought so. Veal is baby cow. Lamb is baby sheep. They basically have, they also have Cornish hens, which are baby chickens, I believe. Right? They use, instead of saying like baby this, baby that, they know that people just won't eat it because they're going to get hung up on the fact that it's, you know, a young animal. So they have secondary names for it all. Because ignorance is bliss. A 6 times frame mode? Yeah, and we're going to have none of it in BDO. And that's why they call it caviar instead of fish eggs. Yeah, probably that too, right? It's all about perception. It can dramatically change the way people feel about a food. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Let's see. What is a Cornish hen? No, here we go. A Cornish hen is a small, immature chicken, harvested young, under 5 weeks. Yeah, so Cornish hen's the exact same premise. Those poor, delicious young chickens. Oh. Yeah, you might be right. I could definitely see that being a thing too, Oath. Not Valo's an immature chicken. You gonna take that, Valo? I wouldn't take that from kicking. Ooh, tacos. Maybe I should have tacos tomorrow. It is Tuesday tomorrow. $2 tacos go crazy. Is main hand important on Awakened Sage? Nah, not really. I mean, you never want to neglect your main hand or your Awakened weapon too much, but yeah, you're primarily going to want to focus on your Awakened weapon if you're an Awakened Sage. Your Awakened is Oct and your main is Pen. That's fair. I would probably push my main hand to Oct before I push like my Awakened weapon to like Nov or Deck. Because Novin deck get really expensive. Isn't it Kiki? This could be our song. Gonna stop us now. We'll still have each other. Nothing's gonna stop us. Nothing's gonna stop us now. How do you clear Rift bosses as Awakening Sage? You run out there, and when the boss spawns, you get its HP to 0. You see here, chat. Awakened Sage is so weak, people are struggling to figure out how to kill Rift bosses. I think Awakened Sage needs some buffs. How do you clear pit bosses, Awakening Sage? Basically, it works the same way for everything. Whatever you're fighting, get its HP to 0 before it gets your HP to 0, and you win 100% of the time. I have a noob question. Having just graduated from Season and picked up my 2 free Pen Black Star rewards, now I wonder, should I get my 3rd Black Star by the Fugar leveling aid? Or is that considered a waste? I'm not sure. I've been out of that whole optimization game for lower progression for a long time. Chat? Maybe chat can fill in. Can't believe you added Trep with that. I don't even think Trep's around right now. Trep decided to play Savior for about 15 seconds and then quit it. And now he's back to Counter-Strike. Why is everyone saying wait? We were supposed to have the Olvia Academy by now, but we don't. Now we gotta wait like a couple weeks longer. There's gonna be some free stuff with the Olvia Academy for new players. The reason why I use quotes is they're never really free. They're usually just massively discounted, or there's some type of long requirement. I'm not sure what the specifics about it will be, but it does seem like it will be worth doing. Yeah. I'm actually still really surprised they didn't reduce the pities on Fallen God armors. I thought they were going to do the same thing they did with Pen Black Stars with those. Now that we have like replacements that have been in for a while, I'm surprised they didn't lower the pities on Fallen God. Sometimes I wonder if they have a board where they have like a whole bunch of ideas. And anytime they hear us, like if we have the same idea they have, or maybe even better yet, maybe they have a board and every time we come up with an idea, they write it on the board of things not to do. Because they have to come up with the ideas. We're not allowed to come up with the ideas. So anytime you come up with an idea, that means it's off the list. It's off the table. It can't be done anymore because it wasn't their idea. Sometimes it genuinely feels that way. I know you're memeing. The thing is I'm not really memeing. Like, it's kind of a meme idea to think about. But when you consider the history of, like, suggestions the community has made, and the way they always seem to deviate away from it, like, it doesn't feel like a coincidence anymore. Not true, they asked for super armor and warrior movement. Wrong. They asked, everybody said, Frenzied Charge should have super armor. And then they ended up doing Charging Thrust instead. I think most warriors thought it would be far more reasonable for them to add it to Frenzied Charge. But because we asked for Frenzied Charge instead of Charging Thrust, they ended up going with Charging Thrust. So this is an example of, like, if you suggest the other thing to them, they'll do it completely different. Daisy ultimate troll. They really are. But I don't think they do it on purpose to troll. I honestly think it's just a pride thing. PA, unban Divios. Jesus. This man wants Divios permanently banned. Yeah, doing that thing on 20 characters, I think his rationale though was reasonable, right? They do a lot to try to make things easier for newer players, so I don't think it's completely unreasonable to be like, oh, they just made the Serendia quest chain give more contribution for newer players, so they can get a higher baseline. I think that's a perfectly reasonable train of thought, considering all the things they've done in the game. Because how long does it even take to do the Serenia quest chain? I guess you have to do Balanos first. I don't know how far through the quest chain the bug quest was. But I can't imagine it taking longer than 2 hours per character. Probably less, because if I'm not mistaken, the Balanos quest chain only takes like, what? 20 minutes? So that... depending on where it was positioned in the Serenia quest chain. Might have been just like 30 minutes in total, right? If it was near the beginning. It was the second quest? Oh shit. So yeah, you basically just gotta do Balanos and that's it. If a company fucks up at something that's glitched, it's fair game in my opinion. I don't know if I would call it fair game. But you definitely need to be cautious with the consequences. Making sure you undo the benefit if it was an unintended benefit is perfectly reasonable and fine. But you definitely don't want to create an environment where it's abuse fast and abuse often, which seems to be the NA player-based mentality, right? You definitely don't want to create an environment where people are looking for things to abuse and then they try to abuse them as fast as possible before they get fixed. Well, it doesn't seem like it was anything that was widely abused. There was only one person on NA who ended up... I didn't remember seeing if there was anybody on EU, but Devios was legit the only person on NA that caught a ban for it. So I think it was just something he stumbled across. He thought it was like some new player thing, but he put in a ticket anyways, and... now he can legit call himself a bad dragon. How do you find that shit out? He said that he was having a conversation with the chatter. And they were talking about like how easy it is. There was some type of contribution debate going on. So Divius wanted to prove a point and made a character and then noticed that when he did that, he got a ton of contribution. He's like, huh. Maybe I should do this on all my characters. Well, just because you reported yourself, that doesn't mean you should be exempt from it. Now, if you did it once... like, I think you can make a fair argument if you did it once and you're like, what the hell? Did I get a ton of contribution? And then you do it a second time and you're like, holy shit, I got a fuckload of contribution. I'm going to report this. Then, like, I think doing it once accidentally and then the second time verifying it and then putting in the ticket is perfectly reasonable. You shouldn't get banned. But he did it on 20 characters. 20 characters. If you thought something was a bug, you shouldn't have did it 20 times. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to catch a suspension for that. Worth it in my opinion for only 1 week? Well, he got the contribution XP removed, so now he's got a 7-day vacation and he doesn't have the contribution. So is it worth it? Plus the time he wasted on it, right? If it does take 30 minutes each time and he did it on 20 characters, that's 10 hours of time that was for nothing, right? On top of getting a 7-day vacation. He won't be able to do PvP in tournaments. I think for the next 3 or 6 months, there's like a period where if you're banned, if you've had any type of suspension for like 3 or 6 months, you're not allowed to participate in any tournaments. Does he get put 1 week behind into Dania Stones? No. The way the bans land, if you only get a 7-day, he'll be able to log in Wednesday, do his weekly, and then it'll reset and he'll be able to do it again. If you get more than a 7-day ban, then yeah, then you'll miss out on the weekly. I think it came out negative, CP, because he turned in fishing stuff too. No, they would have just figured out how many times he did the quest and subtracted that exact amount of XP. Is it 6 months? I thought it was 6, yeah. So if they do a best in guild tournament within the next 6 months, and they very rarely do it in the first half of the year, but if they do, then there's going to be no Divios this time around. They reverted it to December 18th. Is that what they did? Did they actually, instead of just figuring out how many times he did that quest and subtract the exact amount of XP, they just reverted to the day before they made the bug? Or, that's fucked up if they did that. That's lazy. If you want another example of Pearl Abyss being lazy, that is a perfect example of how lazy they are. But I mean, I guess that's kind of par for the course. Whenever there's any forms of cheating, take a look at the whole mapping situation, right? They didn't properly value all the money people made, and they overvalued the stacks. So people got minus silver on their account, much more than the value that they earned. Maybe that's part of the punishment, right? Maybe they're like, fine, we'll just... Whenever we do any type of correction for exploiting, we'll go a little bit more aggressive to help, you know, try to deter people from you know, trying to exploit. I was honestly surprised when Divio said he did it 20 times, though. If there's anything that feels remotely bugged, I stay far away from it. A red player Thunderdome. You can only play there. Shit. I kind of like that idea. That sounds kind of badass. What about for like Node Wars and Siege? They just can't do any of that? This conversation's making me real uncomfortable. We need to move on, chat. I actually had some of them sell just a little bit ago, John. Think of how long it's been since I've been in underwater. A stack just sold recently. Is that the actual name of the mob? It is, yes. It is. Yeah, like, look. You know, I never realized there was a date there. Wait, do I not have more ancient creature scales? What the hell? Where are they? Maybe I don't. Yeah, Dead Octopus, the very first Halloween event where they had those specters spawn, they were called that. And yeah, some people were losing their minds, like, what the fuck is PA doing? But you could tell it's definitely like a cultural difference, right? Is the context different in an A or something? Yeah, it's a derogatory word. Kind of an old one that's most people probably are completely unaware of, but yeah, at one point. At one point. Well, we're not talking about that word. We're talking about a completely different word. You know what? It kind of pisses me off, that whole monkey thing, because when I say somebody's acting like an ape, it's because they're like legit. Like when you see an ape throwing shit at people and just acting out of pocket, to me it's just the way they're acting, right? You're acting like a fool. But now there's like this derogatory attachment to it. Now I can't say somebody's acting like an ape, because if they just happen to have different color skin, now all of a sudden I'm being accused of being a racist, where I would fucking say that to anybody, right? Anybody can act like an ape. Yeah, well, being called that's fucked up, Cassier. There is no nuance to that at all. That's just you being a piece of shit if you're calling somebody that. I wonder when Wukong. It's actually kind of crazy that Seraph got its Rabomb so quickly. I think that was faster than Wukong got its Rabombs, right? I wonder when it's going to get its Magnus. I think it's so fast because they all are almost all reused animations. Yeah. Except for, well, I don't know, maybe not. I was going to say something, but I don't even know if that's true, so I'm not even going to say it. But yeah, Seraph in general is just full of reused animations. Like, almost every ability is a warrior ability. The main difference is, like, instead of you manually doing the inputs, you just hold the flows and it does all the filler for you. Do Ascension classes get a core skill? Some do and some don't. There's examples of some that have them and some that don't. So it's kind of hit or miss. Yeah. I think Deadeye has cores too, right? But Shy doesn't. Although they have talents, which I think are kind of like cores. Or maybe that's their wake. I don't know. I can't remember the specifics of Shy. Shies are all losers anyway. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. No, Deadeye doesn't? Okay, I might be thinking of a different one. Was it Scholar then? Does Scholar have cores? I know there was another example. Maybe I'm thinking of Scholar. Any scholars in chat? Scholar does? Okay, okay. I knew there was another one. So Scholar does, Deadeye doesn't. What other Ascension classes do we have? Archer does. Savior obviously doesn't yet. Wukong doesn't yet. I mean, Archer and Scholar are the two oldest ones, right? So maybe Deadeye's gonna get them next. I'm trying to think of all of the Ascension classes. I think there's only the 5, right? This is Ascension, this is Ascension. This is Ascension. Yeah, I think that's it for Ascension classes. And then Scholar. And then Wukong. So who knows? Deadeye might end up getting a core. Because it's the two oldest Ascension classes that have cores. Wukong is this fucking close to being a real problem if they give it the wrong CCs on the wrong abilities. And then Dragor will never fight for VIP. Here, I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go AFK for 1 minute.
am cheating. I am a hacker.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, yeah. If you've been banned, you're not allowed to participate in tournaments for 6 months. They just had the master class, so that's obviously not going to be a thing. But if they end up doing like a best in class or best in guild, which they haven't actually done in a while.
I uploaded the greatest meme of 2026 to your channel.
Well, it's only 5 days in, so let's see. They took my oil also. Oh, that's actually funny. PA been waiting for Divios to get banned before they announce the best in guild. Yeah. By the way, Kelb, what happened? I just realized recently you're no longer in Pico, and I haven't seen you around much. You been busy for the holidays, or are you just kind of bored with BDO at the moment? "50 years? Here's to 50 more. Can't wait till we're all in the old folks' home." A little bit of both. We need to get back into Guild League and save Pico. When you and I were running with Pico, the only thing we lost to was Digi. Actually, maybe we lost to Shameless once. I can't remember. But yeah, they actually, I wonder if they've been playing. Yeah, it looks like Pico's just kind of getting farmed by Family, Vegas, and Shameless. You can get a forced intervention to try other games. Fun fact, when the stream's offline, I'm usually playing other things like PoE or Diablo 4 lately. I'm not playing BDO in the evenings. My character's either processing or hitting a dummy. I grind exclusively on stream, though. And then obviously I log in occasionally for like Node Wars and stuff. If there's a Node War, obviously, I do that off stream. I'm a good boy, though. I don't break the rules. My loot scroll runs out in 5 minutes. Not anymore. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have a fuckload of loot scrolls too. I have 280, but I have a ton of Node Wars seals that if I end up needing to stock up, I can buy a ton through that. And if I'm not mistaken, I still have a ton of the old Black Spirit Greed. Or new ones, I can't remember. But yeah, even grinding like 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, I can't run out of loot scrolls. Although I used to get every once in a while a good chunk of loot scrolls through the Shikatu seals, and you can't do that anymore. Yeah, I'm using level 2. You can tell by the double arrow. I stopped using blue loot scrolls a while back because they just started giving away so many that it became impossible to run out. I'm honestly surprised at this point they haven't added a level 3 loot scroll yet. That uses 4 scrolls an hour and gets you slightly more. Tainted Grail. What kind of game is that? Yo, what's up, Toast Malone? What is Tainted Grail?
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend. Jeez. She sounds great. I booted up the game and the central market's already broke. Oh, great. You know what we haven't had one person ask today? Mr. Zethian, what's up with your alchemy stone? Why does it look all funny? Now there's a bunch of people who never noticed and they just looked at it and they're like, huh? Wait, why is this alchemy stone funny? I just realized I was making noises and my microphone was filtering it out, so you guys didn't even get to listen to it. That's fucked up.
I'm getting hacked.
You heard it? You didn't hear all of it. Why is your sage so ugly? To keep the girls away. Girls are nasty. It's a single-player RPG set in Nordic Camelot mythos. Very good voice acting. Gameplay is kind of more modern Skyrim. The world's very cool. Huh. That does sound kind of cool.
Anyways, I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? Anybody know what shungite is? No, not Suge Knight. I think he's locked up in prison. I'm talking shungite. Anyways, it's a 2 billion year old rock stone that protects against frequencies and unwanted frequencies that may be traveling in the air. That's my story. I bought a whole bunch of stuff. Put 'em around the La Casa. Little pyramids, stuff like that.
Sounds reasonable. Thanks, Boromir.
Nice cop, man.
Cat just doesn't appreciate it the way you do, Boromir. I wonder if I could talk my wife into giving me a little hairdo tomorrow. I need a haircut. Maybe I'll trim my beard down too.
Go to the barber.
Do you have a dented head from the headphones? I do not. I do have dented hair. Because obviously the headphones sitting on my hair kind of mats it down. But no, my head isn't dented. You can get compression on your scalp, but it goes away. Your skull isn't actually dented from them. But you do get compression on your scalp that will go away. You probably could get a dent on your skull if, like, you were wearing them a lot as you were growing as a child and you had really tight headphones. Yeah, they wear headphones. Certain tribes wear headphones to dent their head. I wonder what tribe that is. Probably the tribe I just made that shit up. Is that the name of that tribe? The BDO tribe. Gamer tribe, yeah. Imaka dat I'm making this shit up, tribe. I don't want to turn out like Zeth with a dented head. It's kind of like a balloon. You know, like the very tip of the balloon, the nipple of the balloon, if it's like a little bit underinflated, and if you squeeze the bottom of the balloon, that will extend larger. Well, that's kind of what the headphones do with my body. And when it puts a pressure here, it makes my penis look bigger. Now you're considering it. Now you want to get real tight headphones. Diddles. Yeah. And my stream's playing in the background when they find them. Fucking wonderful. The bigger the legs get? True. You gotta have those chicken legs. Makes your wiener look real big. You have no idea how Africa has internet? What do you... What do you think? All of Africa is just a desert and people living in huts? Is that what you think Africa is? I don't know if you're aware, but there's some pretty modern areas of Africa. Just like anywhere in the world, right? They have more urban areas and they have more rural areas. Just like with anywhere in the world. My wife's from Africa. I can confirm they ride lions. I'd probably try to ride a lion before I tried to ride a moose. And I'd try to ride a moose before I tried to ride a goose. Because they're real scary. Am I dented to want to try this spot on level 60 Seraph? The level of your character is irrelevant. Level doesn't affect your hit rate or damage. Aside from just not having the proper skill levels. But once you're level 60, you have almost all your skills except for the level 62 passive, which is a very minuscule amount. No, that's not true. When are they going to launch level 63 passes? Probably never. We used to have passes that went up to level 80. We used to have skills. You used to not be able to get all the ranks of your abilities until like level 65 or 66. Well, every odd level gives you 1 AP. Not sheet AP, just 1 AP. Considering I have 2,000 AP, How much do you think 1 AP really matters? And that's not just 69, that's every odd level. Although you're probably just joking about because it's a funny number. 69's funny. But yeah, every odd level actually gives you 1 AP. What if you took 2 away from 69? What do you get? You're gonna get a ban till 2027. That's what you're gonna get. You're gonna go straight from 2026 to 2027. (2026, 2027). Sorry. Not enough people noticed what I did there. Remember when you had to grind volleys for 5 hours to try and get skill points? Yeah, I just maxed out the tree with 668. Yeah. The good old days. I honestly think there should be no cap on skill points. And we should have the Skilled Hunter passive should increase exponentially the same way that like the weight training does. And Skilled Hunter should just keep going and going and going. Every time you get a new rank in it, 3 more monster AP. You could dump 20,000 skill points into it if you ever grinded enough. Not HP. I think it should just be monster AP and that's it. Nothing that could be beneficial in PvP, right? HP for your poor Lawn? Don't you dare be one of those people that tries to pretend Lawn is a squishy class. Don't you fucking dare. You need to play a real squishy class if you think Lawn's squishy. I would argue Lawn is tankier than it should be. Yeah, like Awakened Strikers, the real squishy classes. I saw one die one time. Kind of fucked up. Yo, Mr. Rapolis. Thank you so much for the raid, brother. I appreciate it tremendously. I hope you're all having a wonderful day today. Mr. Rapolis. I hope you had a good stream. Happy New Year to you. Merry Christmas or Happy Hanukkah or Happy Festivus. I don't know what holiday you celebrate, but happy all of them. I watched your enhancement stream, and so many people I saw going like, it's about time he got bad luck. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. Viewers are the worst. All they ever do is remember the times we get lucky, and they never remember the times we get unlucky. Every single one of us, if the viewers got to write the history of BDO, every single streamer, even Biceptimus, only ever got lucky. Sage or Seraph? I mean, both very different classes. You should just play whichever one you prefer the most. $14 hours, 0.5. I haven't really been tracking, but I've definitely been doing higher than that today. I probably sold like 14 in how many hours have I been grinding? Actually, you know what? I haven't logged out. I could probably take a look. I've been just selling all the ones I get today. Let's see. I listed 3 rings. I just got to filter through the magical shards I've been trying to buy. 1 earring. Oh, maybe I could just look through the listed ones. Bought a costume. Oh, there's another ring. Okay. So 4 rings and an earring. Oh, and there's one in my inventory. So 5. So 6 debos in 5 hours. So I've been doing pretty decent. That's just today, though. Normally, I feel like I do less than that. Why you have a bunch of knots? You can grind with the market open. Yeah, there's an option in the settings. What do they call it? Maybe if I just type hit. No, maybe it's close. There is a setting. Yeah, hide UI when struck, and hide full screen UI when struck. I think by default these are on. If you turn them off, then you don't have to worry about like windows closing when you get hit. Ornamental knots. Oh, these things. Yeah. When we had the Night Vendor event, I bought a bunch of the boxes, right? And I'm just holding on to them. I ended up getting so many. Like, those are used for the concentrated boss ores, which then are used for making, like, black stars and stuff. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, why am I converting these all to boss ores? I hate enhancing. I hate it. So, like, even if it is money, I just can't be bothered. So instead of melting them all down into boss ores, I just left these as is, and one day if they go back to max, I'll just sell them. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to charge my phone. There we go. I think I need to clean the charging port on my phone. My cords aren't sitting in there properly anymore. I don't know what happened. Now we gotta find someone else to watch on my side monitor, though. I had Mr. Rapolis open. Who are we watching today? Maybe I'll put some Steve up on my side monitor again. Why there's so many Godorai weapons on the market? Yeah, they're useless and a lot of people kind of got stuck with them. And it's not worth to try to upgrade them to Pen Blackstar equivalent. So they're just forever sitting on the market. Money's just frozen forever, basically. Yeah. You can roll the dice and try to get lucky, enhancing it to the Pen Blackstar equivalent, but more likely than not, you will lose money on it, right? You one-tapped yours? Oh, you lucky bastard. Well, I hope that happens to all of you. They're nice for making stacks? Not really. I mean, it's probably cheaper just to use Origins and stuff to make stacks than to use Godorai. I can't imagine it being better than just doing that. Not that I really run the math on it, but that's just speculation. If you really want to make stacks, that's making Pen Blackstars. Because during like with the pity system as low as it is, it's like a win-win situation. You either get lucky and tap it low and you end up with money, or you pity it and you end up boosting your stack. Yeah, but that was a long time ago, right? That's not really relevant now. You've been able to make 100 stacks with Despairs forever now. It's been at least a year. The old meta for making stacks was using Dragon Slayer stuff, back when you used to get the... like everywhere in the game that you grinded, but especially in Dragon, and you got the black energy residue, you'd eventually use your workshop, turn those into crystals, and then enhance Dragon Slayers for stacks, and that was practically free. Godorai greater than Blackstar, easier and cheaper to enhance after Igris buff. I can't imagine that's true. Because the market would already be on that, and there wouldn't be a ton of Godorais listed, right? I mean, I haven't looked at Godorais. Is there still a bunch listed? Yeah. If that were true, this market wouldn't look that way. I feel like that's false. People are really quick to jump on stuff like that. Right now, if you take a look at the Blackstar market, we'll look at the same weapon. There's 2 listed, and all of them, up until Tet, are sold out. That's because these are efficient for making stacks. If Godorai was more efficient than Blackstars, then they would look the same way. There would only be pens up for sale, and everything else would be sold out. The fact that there's these things sitting at min price shows that that's exactly the opposite. It's inefficient, right? Why am I under 2 trillion in my central market? Because I'm a loser and dump trillions of silver into other things. If only the central market showed the net worth. Do you think it's troll to sell Duo to buy a Tri-Fallen God and then tap for Tet yourself with Origin Crystals? I'm not sure, honestly. I haven't really paid any attention to that market. Best way to save up that much silver? Saving money in Black Desert is easy. Not spending it is hard. Get good at not spending it, and you'll realize you make money hand over fist in this game. Why is Khan gone up in price? Because with the Alchemy Stone rework, you're going to be able to add like a Vel's Heart to your Destruction Stone. You're going to be able to add a Khan DP to your Protection Stone, and you're going to be able to add the Khan Life Stone to your Life Stone, Alchemy Stone, right? So people are preparing for that. And then you might ask yourself, well, if you use Vels for Destruction, then why the Khan Destruction gone up? Well, you'll probably, like, if you can't get your hands on a Vel, most people will probably want to get a Khan Destruction Stone until they can get a Vel and attach that to their new Alchemy Stone. You have a 10 bill tied up in a T9 Piggy that won't sell. You could probably just Imperial it. You'll lose, I think, what, 30%? But, I mean, better 7 bill in your pocket than 10 bill that you never get. I can't remember how much horse is Imperial for. Can't merc for guild bosses? That might have an effect on it too. I think merking for Khan was something that people did, right? Pre-order Concentrated Heart, not the Vel's Heart. Yeah, most people will just sell the Concentrated. If you have enough capital, put an order up for both, just in case. And then watch yourself wake up one day with both orders filled somehow. Alchemy Stone rework will get delayed till the Heidel Ball, and then they'll give everybody a Vel's Heart at the Heidel Ball. You cannot yet, but with the new Alchemy Stone rework, you will be able to extract the full cups off of your Alchemy Stone. With the marketplace fix. I really hope that they fix that this week. It is so annoying. I couldn't imagine being a life skiller and having to deal with that. At least when I'm grinding, it's not that big of a deal. I saw someone's title, 20 bill a day. Are people making 1 to 2 bill an hour, or is he just insane? I make more than that. I walk away some days with like 50 billion silver when I'm being a real degenerate and I'm getting, you know, some lucky with some drops. 20 bill a day is pretty easy. Well, I shouldn't say it's easy, but yeah, 20 bill is definitely accomplishable. I mean, take a look at this storage, right? This is how much I've grinded today. I got 31 billion in that storage from today. It's probably closer to like 27 because there was a little bit of extra stuff in there. But yeah, I've already done over 20 billion today myself. Distorted crystals don't sell though? Yes, they do. They just take time. Once you understand how the central market works, you realize everything sells. Just takes time. I actually sold my previous stack of distorted crystals this weekend, 5 of them. Got a little 25 bill in my pocket. And then I listed 8 more, which will probably take about 3 months to sell, but they will eventually sell. The main reason some people think that like there's items in this game that never sell is because they don't understand how the central market works. And they think, like, when you have orders up for something, you know it's random if you get it when somebody lists it. If it's at max price. Well, people think when you're selling stuff at min price that it's random whoever sells it, right? Amongst everybody who's selling it. And it doesn't work that way. When you list something to the market at min price, it's a queue. So you're basically getting in line to sell it, right? Like imagine you're getting in line at a store to sell something to the store. That's what's happening. And every time, like if you have a stack of distorteds, for example, right? I have my spot in line right now with distorteds. If let's say I have another distorted I could make right now, if I take these down to then list all 9, I actually reset myself back at the back of the line. So if you're in the habit of constantly taking down your stack and relisting it every time you get another one to add to the stack, you're constantly resetting your position in line. And you will never sell anything if you do it that way. At least until you get to the point where you're at the maximum stack you can list. Yeah, it's not a lottery who sells. You're in queue to sell it. So what you need to do is take your stack, put it in queue, and wait for the whole stack to sell. And you will notice, a lot of people will make the same mistake too, is they will have something listed for a while, and then one will sell. And they'll be like, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to put another one in that stack. And then they reset the whole stack. And now all of a sudden they reset their queue, where if they waited, if it was a stack of 10, if you don't relist as soon as one sell, that whole stack will sell next, because you're right in queue there. No, you are wrong, Denovis. When it comes to selling, it's always a queue. Always. It's been tested 1,000 times. You could even test it with items that aren't sitting on the market. We've done this. I've had to show this on stream multiple times where I get viewers involved and show on stream. It's always a queue when you're selling items. So all you have to do is, once you get it listed, put it there and forget about it until the whole stack sells. And then once the whole stack sells, list a whole new stack. Everything sells in this game. It just varies in how much time it takes till it sells. Yeah, and you will notice, like Fanimal's saying there, once one sells, like you can go 3 months and not sell a single item from a stack, but as soon as one sells, you'll notice that over the next 2 days, the rest of the stack will sell, depending on the volume of transactions for that item. Sometimes it'll be within the next few hours. Sometimes it might be like over the course of a week, depending on the volume of sales, right? Or purchases, I guess. But it's a queue system when you're selling. So don't get impatient. Don't restack your items. Make sure once you put the stack up, you forget about it until it sells. It will sell eventually. And it's the same thing with these distorted crystals. A lot of people make the mistake of just constantly adding one more to the stack, one more to the stack, and then they think it never sells because they're constantly resetting their position in queue. They should add it to the relist info? They should, yes. There's a lot of information in this game that, yeah, there's like no documentation of it anywhere. It's just word of mouth, right? Olvia Academy would be a great spot. They should have like a marketplace classroom in Olvia Academy where it teaches you all these little nuances with the market. Yo, Bull Canada. Thank you very much. Ancient creature scales in Breath of Morning. Yeah, there's like no demand for ancient creature scales. I just recently sold my last stack of ancient creature scales, and I had them listed for over 2 years. It's just, there's only one use for the ancient creature scales, and that's to summon the little boss at Upper Sakraya and kill it. And for like a little weekly up there. Actually, you don't even need to kill the boss. It spawns the boss, but you get a little bundle just for handing it in. And yeah, nobody's going to go out there for such a small amount of silver, go out and just do that weekly quest. Even if you have a character parked there, it's not even worth logging onto it and handing it in. It's such a minuscule amount of silver. If they would have added like the merchant ring piece could potentially drop from that bundle, then people would do that shit every single week, and ancient creature scales would be sold out. Because it would be one of the freest like weekly gambles on, I wonder if I'll get a piece, I wonder if I'll get a piece, right? How do codes work? Is it just a PC thing? No, it's a website thing. So the content creator codes that you're seeing amongst all the different creators, you can only use those if you're a website player. So if you play on Steam, I'm pretty confident you can't use those codes, which is kind of a shame. Especially since we're probably pretty close to like half the game's population being on Steam these days. Yeah, Crypt is easy. Paddocks and Underwater sucks. Underwater might not be so bad anymore, though, once we get Dechia Sakraya. It's probably going to make the Underwater piece a lot more obtainable. It's just going to be the Paddocks piece that's going to be the really annoying piece. And Olin's, too, right? Olin's actually isn't that bad. If you would have done it when everybody was doing Olin's, the Olin's piece was actually not even that difficult of a piece anymore. The main thing that's making Olin's difficult now is nobody wants to grind there again. They need to add Dechia Olin's 3 now or some shit. Yep, Olin's and Ash. So your Paddocks piece is probably your hardest piece right now. Every time you get paint, you should try to get the Paddocks piece. Because if you get the Paddocks piece, the Crypt piece you could probably get in a week and maybe even a day. Like the Crypt piece was originally the easiest piece to get. And like I said, the Underwater piece is likely to become a lot easier once we get Dechia Sakraya, which is supposed to be coming in February, but, you know, with the way they've been delaying everything, who knows now when it actually comes in. February 2027. No! Don't even joke. You would have gotten your piece real easy if you played KR and abused the bug. Was there a bug or something? February 31st? That's fucked up. I got my same deal. I got my Crypt piece in my very first rotation. Quite literally my first rotation ever at Crypt. I got the Crypt piece. And then at the end of my second hour, I got a Debo belt, and I managed to buy a Tet Debo belt when they were really hard to get your hands on. Then I one-tapped my Pen Debo belt. I got so boosted. I got so boosted that I kept the trash that I grinded there. I grinded 1,643 trash, and in that amount of trash, I managed to get my Pen Debo belt and my ring piece. I had to save that trash just as a reminder of how boosted I got with Crypt. It was unreal. Hate watches in shambles right now. Absolutely. Every time we see a minus rep from John, I know that he's upset, and it's a good day now. There's nothing more I enjoy than watching the hate watchers generate more hate. Probably more than 30, to be honest. I just wish that command wasn't case sensitive. It's kind of goofy that that command is case sensitive. Honestly, I wouldn't worry about the crypt one until you have the Paddocks one. Because the Paddocks one kind of makes or breaks people. That's got to be like one of the hardest pieces now. Save the crypt one for last, because that's the easiest one. Once you get the other four, you know, you basically have it. You saw the video with Biseptimus getting killed there? Where? At Crypt? Can you even die there anymore? Or are you talking Paddocks? You can die at Paddocks? What did he do? Go AFK until, for a month or something? Oh, a player killed him. Oh, well, that's understandable then. Oh, then made the ring? Oh, you're talking about Medozin. He's in my chat, that little scumbag. Or, not Medozin. What's his name again? Oh, that's right. Saucy Baka. Yo, that fucking Saucy Baka. I won't grind Paddocks or Sakraya. Just get dyes. I'm assuming you mean the paint. From the events and hope for the best? Yeah. Well, the thing about Sakraya is you're going to want to grind there soon, the new Sakraya, to try to get the purple glow for your weapons if you want it, or purple glow for your armors, right? So you might be able to get your merchant ring piece while grinding for the glows for your gear. Purple glow, that's right. That is right. I'm actually stoked they decided to do purple as one of the first colors, because as you guys may or may not be aware, I fucking love purple. It's one of my favorite colors. Oh, that's right. You're going to get paint from Sakraya. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Is there or will there be a blue? Yeah, they'll eventually do all the colors, I'm sure. At least, you know, the main colors that people want. Hopefully they do City of the Dead for blue, because I want the dragon to suffer when he gets back. Roadmap is the command you might be thinking of. What color? What? You're going to be able to change the color glow of your sovereigns and your Adana armors soon. They're going to be trickling them into the game, but you're going to have to grind at top-end grind spots for the specific colors you want. Purple and red are the first two colors they're adding. Obviously, your Adani armors are already red, but you're going to be able to grind a red glow for your sovereign weapon at Star's End. And the purple glow is going to be at Sakraya for both your weapon and your armor. Yeah, no, right? You would think that they would have done that with Zephyros. Damn, look at John, you're like a hacker. Just like uncensoring or unredacting the Epstein files, all you gotta do is just copy and paste it to another document. Oh shit. Woo. Why the fuck? Oh, my market is open. Did I not sell the other ones yet? Oh, I did. I bought a Pentabic belt. I was gonna try to use it in capped since buffs go beyond capped. Thought maybe it'd be fun. Pop the Tabic belt, pop it with a 200%, and go fucking bananas. But we just haven't done any capped fights in a long time. Paddocks update when? Maybe next. Maybe that'll be the next Dekia spot they add. Maybe that's where the blue color would be. That would kind of make sense. My phone charging, or is my charger being an asshole again? It's charging so slow. I think I need to change what it's plugged into. I got it plugged into a shitty little... Honestly, I think the ones in the front are like a USB 1.0 port. I need to plug it into one of the 3.0s in the back. There we go. Actually, you know what? I should plug it into one of the red ports. The red ports are one of the always-on ports, right? It's like a 3.0, but it's always on for powering devices or charging devices. Can never remember the nuance between the colors. I know like blue is 2.0 or 2.1 and no. Black is 1.0, white is 2.0, blue is 3.0, teal is 3.1, and then red is like always charging, right? Some shit like that. That even when the PC's off, you can charge through that port. Okay. Well, the fuck? Oh, there we go. Were you like Biceptimus who bought the belt for 200 bill and went to 17 bill? I'm pretty confident the Tabic belt was never 200 bill. I think at its highest it was like 60 or 70. I could be mistaken. Here we go. Yeah, one was white. Oh, that's right. White was one. I got the white and black ones backwards. And then, yeah, blue, teal. Oh, I forgot about yellow. Yellow, which is the same as teal, depending on the motherboard manufacturer. And then, oh, yeah. So I got it mostly right. I just actually confused the first two. It was 200? Oh, my God. I don't remember them being that expensive. You got fucked. I don't know why I don't remember them being that expensive. Holy shit. By the way, Biceptimus, I went and I looked at those 2 days that I showed you, and both of them have the exact same turbo earnings, even though the other ad revenue is cut in half, basically. So yeah, it's really weird about that disproportionate decrease between turbo and normal ads. It does make you wonder if there's some type of error going on. I wonder if it is an error, if they will retroactively increase it, or if they're just going to try to run with the money. You would think so, right? Because Turbo is supposed to be just like revenue of people who bypass ads by having Turbo. So if ad revenue gets cut in half, then you would think of the Turbo, since Turbo revenue is from bypassing ads, it should also be equally cut in half. You need to make some biceps tip, please. Lots and lots and lots of protein. And then hit them curls. Hit them bicep curls. I asked to my rep, she will be back on the set. If they fix it for you, let me know what they say. Because I'm curious if it'll automatically fix for everybody, or if I need to, maybe I need to find a Twitch rep and be like, yo, what's going on? Fix my shit. Before I call JG Wentworth on your ass. It's my money and I want it now. This song has actually been in the playlist for a long time. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, if you see it get fixed on your side, let me know and I'll double check on my side. And if it doesn't, then I might have to, try reaching out to somebody. Oh, interesting. So you won't know until you got paid. And you'll just see that Twitch paid you more than they were projected to pay you. Gotcha. Yeah, the January slump is always really, really hard on content creators, and some people who you gotta learn in December, if you're actually doing this for a living, you learn if you've been doing it long enough that you need to make sure that extra revenue you're making in December, don't go spending it, because you need a lot of it to make up for that January drop, right? Because advertisers go crazy in December, and then they take a break in January, and then it starts to ramp back up for Valentine's Day and stuff in February, right? But there are some people who get caught with their pants down in January, don't account for the January drop, and they put themselves in a tough spot. That's when you see... You'll see some streamers get real bitchy in January because they are stressed out about their revenue. They see the drop and they're like, holy fuck. I've seen it happen with so many people who are new to full-time content creation, streaming. And man, there are some broken people in January. And then February, they're happy again. I can't remember what it was with Blue Squadron, but I remember his very first January. There was something going on, and people, there's a bunch of drama, and I was like, you guys need to realize that Blue Squadron just started doing this, and he probably isn't aware of the January slump, and that's probably why he's a little extra stressed out and on edge. Yeah, that is the trick, right? Put in double time for December, and then, yeah, take the first couple weeks off in January. That's basically what I did too. Even while I was sick, I was streaming. I was like, I can't take this time off. I'm still going to try to get in some hours. I was really hoping January 1st, Twitch was going to enable that, what do we call it, their little ViewBot calibration system they had running for like 2 days. I was hoping that they would have worked on that a bit more and then launched that shit officially January 1st. Sometimes I wonder if Pearl Abyss viewbots the category. Because sometimes I'm like, I just don't understand why there's as many viewers in the category. It doesn't feel like there's anything hype going on in the category. Well, there's drops. Drops are understandable, right? But there's above and beyond that as well sometimes where you're like, Things sometimes just feel off. I don't know why. Sorry, I don't know how many games viewbot their own category to make their game look more popular than it is, but I'm pretty confident in saying that it's probably not 0. That's not saying all games do it, but I'm damn near certain it's not 0. I'm sure there's some games out there trying to make their game look more popular than it is. Genshin was crazy with it, were they? With how good Twitch is for advertising, it's definitely not 0. Right? Follow the money, right? There's so many different layers to that. A lot of people just try to look at it like an individual basis. Like, it's either the streamer's doing it to themselves or not. But it goes way deeper than that, right? There's incentive all along it. Not just for the individual broadcaster, but some people are part of Twitch teams, right? And the teams try to get them sponsorships, and sponsorships can be negotiated based on how many views their team members have. So there's obviously an incentive there for teams to boost the viewership of all of their team members. And then you have the games, like I just talked about, right? Games can make their games look more popular by viewbotting their category. And then there's also Twitch in general itself. Who knows? Right? If there becomes more competition out there, if Kick starts becoming like a real competitor for Twitch, then there might be incentive for Kick or Twitch to viewbot themselves, their whole website, to try to make sure that they look more popular than the competition. There's incentive from the bottom straight to the top. You don't think they would do it themselves? There was a podcast recently I saw where they claimed, I didn't look into it, they claimed that they had evidence of Twitch doing it to their favorite broadcasters. Right now, there isn't a proper streaming competitor. Like, even though Kick is growing, it's certainly not competing with Twitch yet. And YouTube streaming definitely doesn't compete with Twitch. They do their streaming side very, very differently. But if push ever comes to shove where there is proper competitors, I think the possibility of platforms viewbotting themselves to try to dwarf the competition is a certain like a real possibility. That's like super illegal. If you get caught doing it to yourself, yeah, it's not supposed. That's why it's a bannable offense. But one of the most difficult things with these is establishing intent, right? You got to establish intent. You got to prove that the person is doing it to themselves, that the team is doing it to themselves, that the game is doing it to themselves, or on the larger scale of things, the platform's doing it to themselves. But if you don't establish intent and you just ban because the bots exist, then the system could be weaponized in the opposite direction, right? So at the most simplest, the bottom of it, right? If Twitch just automatically banned any channel that had bots in it, you could weaponize it by botting other people. Like, it's
Say that Stratisfied bitch. I don't like him. I'm gonna send bots in his channel and get his channel banned, right? And people would 1000% do that. And that's why Twitch doesn't just automatically ban channels for having bots in it. Because they know that that's... Twitch knows that that system would be weaponized in a heartbeat, right?
So, I think it would be the same thing with botting the platform, right? If, let's say, Kick or Twitch ever did get leaked, you would still have to establish intent. You would have to prove that Twitch is view-botting itself, or prove that Kick is view-botting itself to try to dwarf the competition. Because if you just punished either platform just for having bots, then the reverse would become true, right? That Kick would then maybe viewbot Twitch to try to get legal action on them, or vice versa. So intent is the main issue with trying to deal with bots. Well, it's against Twitch's terms of service because it's an issue with defrauding advertisers. And if Twitch didn't, at least, I want to say if Twitch didn't actively fight against bots, then it could become a legal issue for Twitch. But they don't actively fight against bots anyways. They pretend like they're actively fighting against bots. If defrauding advertisers wasn't something that could potentially come back to haunt Twitch, then I'm sure Twitch would give zero fucks about botting. There probably would be nothing in their terms of service or anything. But any level of view botting is defrauding advertisers, right? Yeah, yeah. If you got 1,000 phones on a wall all watching a stream, who's to say you're not watching them all at once? But yeah, I'm not trying to say any of these things are all botting themselves. I'm just saying that there's incentive at every level for it to happen. If you take a look at any level, there's money to be made because of it, right? There's a benefit to it. And because of that, you know, you should always be skeptical of every single part of it. Once again, that is true, Strat, but you gotta prove intent, right? You have to prove that the other person was doing it to you. And they were intending to do it to you. That's the whole conundrum, is intent. Proof of intent. Because if you start punishing people without proof of intent, then the system can be weaponized in the opposite direction. where instead of people trying to be sneaky about viewbotting themselves for benefit, they then viewbot other people to get them banned for their own benefit, so they have less competition, right? Or whatever the punishment would be. It all comes down to intent. That's where the issue is. That's why when Twitch announced that they were going to have a system that was going to detect viewbots and remove them from the view count, I thought that was the perfect solution, right? And it's obviously going to be an ongoing, if they ever do implement that system and have it in, it's going to be a constant arms race between viewbotting companies trying to avoid detection and Twitch constantly trying to improve detection, right? But the nice thing is if you just remove the viewers from the view count, it dramatically reduces the amount of fraud that's happening, right? People trying to defraud advertisers, and allows the popularity of games or channels or platforms to be much more closer to their true popularity. So I really hope whatever that system was that Twitch implemented briefly, I hope they get it to a point where they feel like it is as close to 100% accurate as possible. It'll never be 100% accurate, but at least enough where they feel like, okay, this is satisfactory, and they get it shipped out. Because it'll do nothing but benefit everybody in the long run. Except for the people who are cheating, right? Obviously, they are the ones that stand to lose the most. They'll probably have an AI watching for bots. Yeah. Like I said, it's going to be an arms race, right? Just like with any type of cheating in any type of game. You have the cheating software constantly trying to improve their methods to avoid detection. And then you have the companies or the games trying to improve their methods of detection. And it's always a back and forth, right? It's always a back and forth. Always will be. Well, that's part of the reason why you see it, though, Strat, right? Is it's kind of a catch-22. As more people use ad blockers, their ROI goes down. As more of these views are fake, their ROI goes down. So in order to improve their ROI, right, or in order to try to get a similar capture, they then increase the amount of ads being run. And then because more ads are being run, now more people want to use an ad blocker, right? And it's like a vicious cycle. It just snowballs. Every time advertisers decide, okay, we're going to drop $1 million into advertising on this platform for this month, they know that they should see a spike in their revenue a little bit, right? Most of the time, they're paying for brand acknowledgement, so the next time you're in a store, you might not directly see an ad and be like, oh, I want to go buy that. But there will probably come a point where you're in a store, and if you're looking for something similar, now you have that brand stuck in your head, right? And you might reach for that first because you've seen it, right? And that's primarily what they're paying for. Brand recognition goes a long way. The ultimate in terms of brand recognition is when your brand becomes synonymous with the product, right? Like Kleenex, like Q-Tip, like Band-Aid, like Kraft Dinner. These brands have become synonymous with the product, and they've achieved the ultimate success. And that's what advertisers are constantly trying to do with their advertising. They're trying to get their brand to become synonymous with the product. Teflon's another good example, yeah. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Oh my god.
It's a Jet 2 holiday.
Even my kids will say that meme. Or that advertisement. But like, think about it. 1877 cash now. That shit's imprinted in a ton of people's heads, right? Barks? Johnny? What do you mean Barks has bite? Johnny? What do you mean Barks has bite, right? These are the things advertisers are trying to accomplish, to try to get jingles stuck in your head, or the product synonymous with the brand synonymous with the product. It's a psyop, really. They're trying to plant the seed in your head. Red Bull gives you wings, yeah. Did you know Frisbee is a brand, not the name? I didn't know that, but I am not surprised by it. Oh. Or Oscar Mayer? Yeah. Oh, I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener. Fuck, man. I probably have more fucking commercials locked up in my head than goddamn memories of my childhood at this point. It's fucked up. It's absolutely fucked up. I'm gonna be an old man who's forgotten everything except all these fucking jingles, and I'm just gonna be sitting there in my room singing them all day long. Yeah. If you want a little trip down memory lane, god damn, just sit there and watch the old fucking commercials. It's crazy how many of those commercials are in your fucking vault and you don't realize it. And then you start watching one of those compilations and you're like, holy fuck, why do I remember all of this? Why can't I remember what I had for fucking dinner 2 nights ago, but I could remember all of this shit from 20 fucking years ago? Why is that shit in the vault? Did you ever have any local car salesmen on TV? We have a ton of jingles for like little auto shops and shit that they still play on the radio. And like nowadays they don't even sing the jingle, but they have the little tune in the background, and I think of the jingle every fucking time. Oh my god, fucking Tootsie Pops. You know what the worst part of that is? Every single kid would get a Tootsie Pop, and then they would try to figure it out, but no kid has the patience to count that long, and you always end up biting it. And then as soon as you bite it, it's cooked. Test, experiment over. Now you gotta wait till next time to try again. It's the fucking worst. Oh, shit. Incognito. You mean, was it Incognito? Maybe it was Incognito 23. One, two, three. Yeah. Fuck. Probably more of a test of patience to see how high you can get. Just think of what would happen if that Incognito guy did show up. Think of the series of events that then follows. Let's assume he does break into my house, and his intent is to try to beat the shit out of me while I'm streaming so you guys could watch. What ends up happening? Does he think that I'm going to sit there and beg? I am going to find it hilarious. I've been hurt plenty of times. Pain is not that big of a deal. So now one of two things has happened. He's now broken an entry into my house, and either he's going to leave in a body bag, or I'm going to leave in a body bag, and there's going to be evidence of him doing it. And now he's going to have to explain to a judge that, why did you do this? Oh, because this guy got mad at me about or no, not even that. This guy proved me wrong about a video game character, and I didn't like his tone of voice. Oh, God. It's like, there is no good that situation ends up in. It just ends up being absolutely ridiculous situation that ends up no way but badly for him. Whether he accomplishes his goal with me or not, it still ends up very poorly for him over him being immediately proven wrong about a video game character. One thing you find out is online, because of anonymity, people will just say the most unhinged shit online just because they can. And it's not surprising that somebody that goes by the name of Incognito would do exactly that. If his name...
when you can just shoot him.
If like, let's say Twitch was a platform where you had to be verified, and if you attached your real name to your messages by being verified, if he was a verified account and he said that, I might actually be a little bit more concerned, like, maybe this guy is unhinged, right? I mean, and obviously just saying it period is unhinged. But the fact that he had a name, Incognito, to begin with, shows that right off rip, he's one of those people that enjoys anonymity online and just saying stupid shit, right? How long have I been doing this? Not as long as I would like. I've had a better webcam for a while, but for like a few months there I stopped because I only had one USB-C cable, and every time I wanted to charge my mouse I would have to unplug the camera to charge my mouse, and I'd just get too lazy to set the camera back up. But now I have a proper mouse charging stand, and I just keep the camera plugged in all the time. So I'm going to try to stream with the camera all the time. There might be some days where I turn it off. I like being able to chat with you and you guys have more, like, see my body language and shit, right? I think it gives a more personable feeling when you can see me and my mannerisms and shit. That handsome mug and beer. You fucking distracted me on purpose, you son of a bitch. Don't flatter me, I hate it. This is what happens.
You bastard. Somebody get this man out of here. At least my pets. At least my pets came in clutch there and protected me. When was the last time I lost a crystal to mobs? My Saturday stream?
Yeah, Crystal Restorations reset on the 1st. Or maybe it was the maintenance before the 1st, but yeah, they are restored now. If you open this and click Recover and click Crystals, I'm back to being 5 of 5.
Yeah, I bought one of those as well. Because these crystal restorations, they have value, right? A lot of people with those boxes, they were upset that they got these, but I'm like, why? They will add new crystals that are expensive, right? All of your void crystals are worth like 3 bill right now. So if you save those for the odd time where you lose a 3 bill crystal, you know, that crystal restoration is worth 3 bill. Shout out to Kiwi. Ooh, let's see. I like them. I like the crystal restorations. I feel bad for anybody who was out of crystal restorations, and then every single time they got one of those, they used it to fill back up, not realizing that their crystal restorations were going to be restored on January 1st anyways. I bet there was people out there who immediately used them to refill their restorations. Oh, excellent. I'm happy that happened to you, John. Ah, that makes my day feel real good. Yo, Obsidian Vortex, type follow age. I bet it's a long ass time. Six years. I actually thought it was longer than that. 6 years is a long ass time though, still. You unfollowed on accident? Oh, damn, Nerd Life. What the fuck? That man has 22 messages typed. See, that's my favorite kind of viewer. Somebody that comes in here for 10 years and does very little to trouble me. Doesn't ask questions. Doesn't say stupid shit. Oh my god, you're one of my favorites. Crazy, like half those messages are just today. I'm gonna have to ask you to cut that shit out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Excuse me, streamer. Why are you grinding this spot?
That accent. Man, some of you guys. Holy. Breaking Twitch viewer agreement, yeah. If only there was a thing that you had to sign. You can join the stream, but you're not allowed to type any messages. No, I'm just kidding. As fun as it is to joke around, I appreciate all you guys like. You guys who interact and you guys who lurk. Believe it or not, there's some people who are about to hit, I believe, 12 years of following my channel. I've been streaming for a long ass time. Look at that Waffle Stomper. 8 years too, almost 9. Oh my god! Lethargic. "15 messages. Holy shit. Following since February 20. Hey, that's the day before my birthday. You followed me the day before my birthday back in 2017. I was 8 years ago. Oh my goodness. 9 years ago almost now. Jenkins too? Oh my god. It's crazy. Holy shit. Where does the time go? You know what's crazy about that? When you start getting close to like 10 years like that, we're different people than we were back when you guys first followed. Like, you and I alike, we probably think completely differently, look a heck of a lot different than we did back then. Like, we're just legit different people than we were back then. You were 19? Shit. So you were like just starting your college or university, and now you finish that shit. You probably maybe have like a wife and kids at this point. Yeah, like completely different lives, completely different people at this point. Anybody following from Justin TV? My account isn't that old, so I was on Justin TV, but I never streamed at that point, and I didn't even have an account. I just occasionally watched it. Hi, I wanted to ask you for advice. I have 2 pen black stars and was buying Caffers to do sub. I heard you had to do that with the event coming up with the Academy. They should give 2 pen black stars. Do you know anything about that event? If so, should I sell my pen black star to get from those for free and use them to create Sov? Yeah, just like Dargon said, with how many delays we've been running lately, I don't know if I would count any chickens before they hatch, right? You just gotta kind of wait until it hits. That's the worst thing about delaying things like this. Like, they shouldn't even announce them until they know that they're going to ship them. Because now you're just in this weird limbo where people, like, have plans to utilize this new system, and they're just fucking left in limbo waiting. Like, okay, I'm waiting, come on. It just creates a real shitty situation. I thought they learned their lesson a long time ago with giving dates as well, right? Yeah. Now you're just kind of waiting in limbo. And that, it sucks. It sucks to be in that situation. Forgot I had those bundles. Why don't I test his app for loot? Because it doesn't serve any value to me. It's impossible for it to be 100% accurate. And if you want to track your loot with 100% accuracy, you can already do it in-game by just having a dedicated storage for it. Then you do have 100% accuracy, and you don't have to have an app running on your PC. All it does is take up visual real estate on my screen. It's nice, but also annoying how some drops instantly go to your enhancement window. Yeah. That is kind of annoying. It's good and annoying at the same time. Even though that new, they're going to be implementing a built-in loot tracker, but it's just going to be for Marnie initially. But there's no doubt in my mind that once that's released for Marnie, the community's not going to stop hounding PA until it becomes available everywhere. So I think it will eventually become available everywhere. Happy with the Seraphor bombs? Yeah, I think they're decent. They're nothing really to write home about in terms of like something that's interesting for the class. But they'll definitely do, like, they're not useless for bombs, which is, I mean, more than anybody could ask for, because there's a lot of classes with some really useless for bombs. So the fact that they don't look useless is already a W, right? That's already a win. How do you do it with Awakened Sork? Oh, I'm not sure. I think Sork's a pretty decent grinder these days, isn't it? I'll be honest, I've been half tempted to fuck around with some Awakened Sork. That's one class, one of the few classes I've never ever touched at all. I've been kind of tempted. I've been kind of tempted. Suck Warrior time again? Suck Warrior is always a vibe. It's such a comfy class to grind on because like it's a good grinder and it's damn near impossible to die. It has so much DR. Suck Warrior has like a whale tendon worth of DR higher than my Sage. It's fucking wild. It's fun to get those arthritis meds ready. Oh, Awakening Sage is higher APM too. Speaking of Sork, oh, I guess there wasn't many costumes listed. Yeah, I know he means Sork, but I play Awakened Sage, right? I'm just saying that it's not... I highly doubt it's going to be that much worse than Awakened Sage. If you want to pull decent trash with Awakened Sage, it's reasonably high APM. You can have a comfy grind if you want to pull, like, really shitty trash. And you can have a really low APM grind where you just hit Lightning Prison, keep holding your F, hold W, right? Then up Q, hold Shift X, hold X. Like, you can do a really low APM grind on Awakened Sage, but you'll pull, you know, very average trash at best. Where if you want to pull good trash on Awakened Sage, you're doing a lot of fillers. Yeah. And yeah, Seraph is kind of the same deal. Lots of R&B, lots of LMB. Low-key want to try Awakened Guardian grind? If you want to chill, woo, Awakened Guardian is the chill. Like, if you like Purgatum mode on Seraph, I actually highly recommend you play Awakened Guardian. Very similar playstyle. Giant AoEs, low APM, very easy infinite rotation. It is so goddamn comfy, Awakened Guardian. Yeah, but then you're an Awakened Guardian. What are you trying to say, Stunts? What's wrong with Awakened Guardians? Could be worse. They could be Shies. What's wrong with Awakened Guardians? Yeah, Scholar is, maybe that's the class I should fuck around with. Scholar is like Sork with a grab. Maybe it's time to become Scholar Zeth. Not to mention, I get to swing around that big hammer. Ooh, and drop that leg. You see the way she drops that leg in one of her abilities? Maybe once I get my Seraph to level 66, maybe I tag the Scholar next. Maybe it's Scholar or Sork. Or Deadeye's brother, depending which comes first. Where am I watching? I'm putting my camera underneath. That's where I'm watching from. I'm in town in slow-mo. From right underneath her. Do you think you'll ever get a new support class? I hope and pray we do not. At least not to the extent of Shy. I think the amount of support they had with like Awakened Velk is perfect. I don't think they should ever like exceed that. It's nice to have some things that benefit your allies, but, you know, like back in the day when you would have half your guild wizards, so you could have 4 or 5 different PA rotations, and or Shies being so mandatory, I think it's just brain rot. Something like a bard would fit in a video, that's quite literally Shy. Shy is a bard. Shy is about as close you can get to a bard, other than just completely copying and pasting bard from another game. Because at that point, if you don't consider Shy a bard, then you just want a specific style of bard. Awaken Wusa mandatory for MP regen? Wait, does Awaken Wusa do that? Does it give MP regen to its allies? I didn't even know that was a thing, if that's true. Scholar gives that jump height buff. Male Shy. What would you do for male shy? I hope it ends up being the complete opposite. I hope that male shy is like, if it gets too close to a normal shy, they collide and both players get deleted and their accounts banned. It's like matter and dark matter or antimatter. If they touch each other, they just eliminate each other. That's what I hope. That sounds great. I'm all for jumping players in Arsha, but leave my horse alone, man. The worst thing to do is if somebody flags up and attacks you, do not whistle your horse. Because as soon as you whistle your horse becomes attackable. Wait till you get a safe distance away, then whistle your horse as soon as you can get on it. I think that was a missed opportunity with the Griffin. I feel like for the Griffin, for the arena best in class or master class winners, they should have made the Griffin be like Unicorn Buff 2.0 for their allies. I think that would have been cool. If you Krogdolo summon a Doom, it SA stomps. Is that true? Is that true? What if with the new stable, you put 5 Dooms in there? Oops, I didn't mean to summon my horse. You put 5 Dooms in there. And you could just rotate all 5 of them. Boom, boom, boom. You just keep cycling through your 5 Dooms. Yo, that could be sick. Tamers and Doom Horses give you nightmares? Yeah, fucking Wooshi running around, just one-shotting you? Holy. Wooshi is a fucking menace. Oh. I like these AFK phases. Gonna stretch out my back. My phone is charging so fucking slow. Wait, what the fuck is that? I need to do something about my phone later. Maybe I need to get like a wireless charger for my phone for like next to my bed and next to my computer, so I can just put it on the pad to charge. Oh, I'll be back, chat. God damn. Should be illegal for my wife to make these. Look at this. Little Red Lobster cheddar biscuits. I just heat it back up in the air fryer, get the outside a little bit crispy. Oh, so fucking good. I love cheddar biscuits. Speaking of seals. 25 more. Love those magical shards. Oh. Is the Central Market done at the moment? No, it's been broken all week. You have to log out to character select and then go to service select and then log back in and it'll be fixed. 9850X 3D. I wonder how that's going to compare to like the 9800 or the 9950. You know, one thing about Scholar too is I'm pretty shitty at fighting them. Playing one for a little bit might be a good window into figuring out when to grab them, because that class is so protected. I just need to figure out where you grab them. I'm sure there's a good window, a good ability to look for that I'm just completely unaware of right now. No, not a Scholar main, definitely not, but I find one of the best ways, if you're struggling with a class or you're feeling like a class is overpowered or whatnot, and it might be overpowered, but one of the best ways to truly find out how powerful it is to try to walk a couple miles in their shoes. And I find more often than not, you realize that there's some vulnerabilities that you're just not properly taking advantage of. And once you figure them out, it makes the matchup feel a lot more manageable. Because right now it feels like when I fight them, they iframe so much, so you can't really trade them down very well. Not that they trade you down, they don't really trade with an Awakened Sage either. But it feels like a fight where we're both just trying to YOLO the grab. Speaking like a true Scholar. Ah, shit. Maybe I am a Scholar main. Yeah. Yeah, I know the ability you're talking about. I think the problem is I'm trying to grab too soon, like I do with some other classes that go in the air. And then I end up getting caught with the KD. But they can move pretty quickly after landing, so I feel like there has to be a better opportunity than that. If Scholar had a two-handed sword or an axe instead of a hammer, I'd actually be way more into that class. Especially if it had like a two-handed sword, I'd be way more into that class than Seraph. Yeah. If it was more like a Warhammer, I think I would like the mace more. But it almost looks like a stick with two bells on it. Where do you think you should grind 261 AP? Well, it's more so about your total AP these days than it is your sheet AP. I'm not sure. Probably Tungrad or Darkseekers or maybe Nymphomare. That's how they get you to buy skins. Does Scholar actually have some cool mace skins? I had never considered that. That's a good point. They got me. Ah, shit. You're right. If this is not proof of exactly that, I don't know what is. As soon as you mentioned that shit, I'm like, I wonder what kind of skins they have to replace that shit. Fuck, they got me. They fucking got me. None of these have maces, though. What is up with this? Do they not have a single mace skin? Oh. Yeah, I knew that. I was just testing you. You passed. Actually, that looks kind of cool. That looks kind of cool. Yo, we got a little lion on the tip. This is the same one. So yeah, this one, not a fan. It's okay. Treant? Desert camo? Yo, this one looks kind of cool. And I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, there's like nothing else. Can I sort by pearls? Did I miss one? Canape? Oh, that's the cooking one, right? Just 1 second. Let me make sure I'm not dying to the fire here. Scholar. Yeah, you got Shootad, Magnus, Cabelius, and then the 2 camos, and that's like it. Maybe Karlstein? Oh, wait, hold. Yo, that's kind of more Warhammer like. I kind of like that one. Karlstein looks kind of sick. That does not look fun to get hit by. That has a Warhammer vibe to it. Okay, let's take a look for Canape. And that's probably under... Yeah. Wait. Hammers. Gravity cores. I guess there is no two-handed weapon for this one. This shit's looking like for cooking. It's like a cooking Wait, oh, that is the cooking outfit anyways. Oh, never mind. That makes sense. I can't wait till they start selling like ridiculous ridiculous weapon skins, so I could like run around with like a pool noodle on a scholar and start beating people with it. Huh. Ba-dum. Oh, it's almost 4. Gonna get to do our bosses pretty soon with the old Hunt Dog and the old Kinjar Dog and the old Mendoza Dog and the old Tom Dog. The whole wolf pack. Yeah, making more modern and generic skins too is just better for Pearl Abyss money-wise, right? If they make an outfit that's exclusive to Sage, it's such a small target audience of players that you're trying to make an outfit that they like, right? Where if you make an outfit that can be applied to all the females or all the male classes, then you're just going to hit a much larger target audience. Your ROI on that is going to be way higher. You're right, it doesn't need to be K-pop bullshit. They could do some more cool things. You're right, the more modern aesthetic is... They're kind of beating it to death lately. I think it all started with what, BD9? Was the first one where you're like... Maybe it was BD9? I can't remember. Maybe there was one before that. BD9 was cool. We done with Savior Gaming? Yeah, I enjoyed it. We're not done with it. This week, we'll mess around with the Dark Form. I don't think the Raboms are going to do a whole lot for the Light Form. But for Dark Form, with the changes they made, it'll definitely be interesting to see how improved it is. Yeah, BD9 was well done. I'm trying to remember if there was like more modern looking outfits before BD9. Oh, Academia? Maybe that was... I can't remember which one of those two came out first. You might be right. That might have come out beforehand. Oh yeah, Dark Form is super chill. You hope Dark becomes viable in PvP? I highly doubt that'll happen. They have a very clear goal they're aiming for. If you want a very comfy grind, you go Dark Form. For PvP, you do Light Form. And if you want to have a sweaty PvE grind, then you do Light Form. The thing about the Dark Form is it is crazy tanky, and it has a fuckload of sustain. That if they ever made it like more super armor heavy instead of forward guard heavy, that shit would just never die. And as long as it stays primarily forward guard, and as slow as it, at least it was, it won't be viable in PvP. Well, Suckdrak has a lot more potential for viability than Purgatum Form. Because it has more super armors, it has still the big bursts, it has a ton of sustain. It actually has more iframes as well. And self-heals. One of the biggest issues for Suckdrak is actually the ions more than anything. If they ever make the ions more accessible, I think Suckdrak could be a solid PvP choice. But the ions just feel so cumbersome. If they ever address the ions, I could see myself fucking with Suckdrak. Suckdrak on release was fun. Hey, wait, you telling me the class that would one-shot 10 people was fun? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. No way. Yeah, every class when it's busted is fun. You gotta ask yourself, is a class fun because it's busted? Or is your class fun because it's just fun? The most busted class they ever did on release? No. It was strong. Definitely doesn't compare to like Suck Megu or Awaken DK or Awaken Mystic. Those are probably the top 3. Or Awaken Warrior. But that wasn't a class release. That was just Warrior getting the first Awakening. That was ridiculous too. Duck Sage was busted. It didn't get a long time, though. It got nerfed pretty quickly. Awakened Drak wasn't busted on release, but like a couple months after, once they rolled out a page after page after page of buffs, it became ridiculous, and it stayed pretty ridiculous for a long time. Duck Sage didn't get a lot of time of being completely busted. And it was really strong. One thing to note is Suck Wizard was still busted at the time. And Suck Sage was dunking on Suck Wizard. Duck Sage actually spent the first month being garbage. And then they overdid it. They did a ton of bug fixes. Some of the funny things about Suck Sage is it was permanently out of stamina. Because even like using your reset use stamina. There was so many things in the kit. I can't even remember them all now that use stamina. It was permanently out of stamina. And then they fixed everything at once. and then buffed it on top. Maybe it was 2 months, but definitely no more than that. The reboots, they nerfed both Sage, Hash, and Nova into the ground, and then buffed everyone else up. Almost everyone else up. And man, those 3 classes had a hard time. Hash and Nova bounced back a bit quicker, but Sage was in a rough spot for a while after that, especially Awakening Sage. Deadeye actually broke the game. Deadeye was definitely a strong release too, but nothing like those 3 that I mentioned. Awaken DK, Suck Megu, and Awaken Mystic were just 3 completely different beasts. A lot of the reason too that Awaken Mystic was as much of a problem as it was Awaken DK was so strong and Wizard was still so mandatory for large scale. And when they released the gauntlets, they wanted to create something that put magic classes in check. So not only did you have an environment where nobody was, like there was no tag system and lots of people played DK and Wizard, whether it was for Siege or other reasons. But because there was so many people playing these magic classes and you had a class that was like legit unkillable to magic classes, it just made the problem so much worse. But yeah, gauntlets were added because magic classes were so oppressive to the game at the time, and they just wanted to have a class that was the rock to their scissors. The funny thing is, too, is every time Suck Megu caught a nerf, all of the Suck Megus would be like, "It's over! They killed my class!" And then it's just as busted the next week. And then, like 2 weeks later, another thing would hit Global Lab, and they'd say the same thing. And then once again, it was still a fucking menace, right? They had to nerf that class a lot of times. If you thought Deadeye was bad for kicking you out of your protections, holy, Deadeye paled in comparison to what Suck Megu was. Because like every ability Suck Megu did hit you like fucking 12 to 16 times. It was ridiculous. That class was probably the worst class ever for kicking you out of protections, giving you hit acceleration. Each time I hear this type of crap, I think Riot Games are good. The thing is all of these games, you ask anybody if they play any game where there's lots of classes, they'll all say, oh, balance is terrible. Turns out, you just can't balance. When you have this many classes, you can't balance them. There's always going to be classes that are strong. The communities always are going to be like, oh, well, you know, this company's shit at balancing. The reality is you're never going to have things perfectly balanced. And until you have things perfectly balanced, people will always be unhappy. What you need to do is not worry about trying to have things perfectly balanced. Just have things reasonably balanced, but rotate who's strong, right? Make sure it's a constant rotation. Because the biggest issue is stagnation, right? Stagnation is the biggest issue. When you have one class that's dominating for a year straight, that makes the game feel fucking miserable. Like the Awakened Drac, like Suck Wizard, like Awakened DK, like Awakened Mystic. These are the things that people remember because it lasted so fucking long. Did you know one of the most, if not the most, busted class release or succession was Suck Ninja? But almost nobody remembers it because it was 2 weeks before they fixed it. They fixed it so fast. But it was easily the most busted time for any class because you could go a full DP Suck Ninja and still one-shot people because it had abilities that ignored DP. But people don't remember it because it was actually short-lived, right? PA saw, okay, this is a problem, and they jumped on it right away and nerfed it. So it doesn't stick out in people's minds the way those other classes that I mentioned, right? Awaken Musa after reboot was a fucking problem too, but it got put into check reasonably quick. It wasn't a fast, but it wasn't a class that stayed OP for a super long time either. Still waiting for Suck Valk to be fixed. Yeah, they really fucked over Valk. All because of the AFK grinders, right? They basically took any ability that can be spammed when it was on cooldown and nerfed the damage when it's used on cooldown. And Valk, Suck Valk was designed around chaining abilities and getting in as many Swords of Judgment as possible. So when they did that nerf with no compensation, it put Suck Valk in a pretty bad spot. Awaken Meiwa was good, yeah. We're talking the old days. I think a lot of Awaken Meiwa, though, at the time, though, was... Back then, Musa Meiwa were the two most mobile classes in the game. And there obviously comes a strength of being the fastest class, so that no other class can chase you down. That's already, by nature, just a really good strength. It means that you can choose any fight you want. If you want to take a fight or not, you get to choose. They don't get to choose, right? And then you pair that with an environment back then where it was really easy to gear check people because everybody was still like very early in their progression. So if you were in a geared Awaken Meiwa, you not only got to choose the fights, but you just, especially the man, take a look at some of the old Awaken Meiwa montages. How many of them were just an Awaken Meiwa coming in and just fucking getting like a 100% on the back of a ball? Like, there was so many kill feeds were just those. It was a great gear checking class. Is there any reason why Shift Q on Suck Guardian is 9 seconds instead of 7? Probably because it's stronger. That's Black Blood Circle, right? Yeah. Hashtag bring back gear checking. Now you just DP stone check. You just run 6 of those little fucking blue Skittles. Yeah. Guardian was actually the best class for AFK grinding because it could legit just do that. And then you just stack enough resistances so you never get CC'd. That's why Kythar got banned. He was a Guardian enjoyer at the same time all that was going on. Yeah, I mean, if people re-roll back to their old classes, even if they melted their costumes, they'll have to buy new ones. But he's right in the sense that that doesn't bring in the pearl purchases. Like, obviously it brings in some, but it pales in comparison, right? People who buy stuff for their individual account, whether it's weight or a costume to wear or whatever the quality of life stuff might be, is like such a small portion of Pearl Abyss's total revenue. It's the whales that bring in like 90, 95, fuck, who knows, maybe even 99% of the total revenue. Every game with a cash shop, so much of the revenue, just a massive disproportion. It's like 1% of the player base bringing in 90% of the revenue. The numbers are quite absurd. Oh, man. Huh. I haven't done anything with them, but I haven't also been staying on top of what my shit has been doing. Apparently I only have 4 bill in there. I don't know how accurate the marketplace is. There's probably maybe a lot of items that don't contribute value because they can't be sold on the market. Yeah, like these, right? There's a bunch of stuff in there without any market value. You trade wagon them to Valencia? Aren't they supposed to be doing a trade wagon revamp soon? Or did they already do that? I know they were supposed to do something to make, like, transporting your stuff a lot easier. Dragor, where you been? It's fucking 4 p.m. and you're just checking in right now? How do you expect me to give these guys content when I'm left fucking solo here? Sleeping? It's 4 p.m. What is wrong with you? You working nights or some shit? Yeah. Have I played Lost Ark? No, I was never really into Lost Ark. I'm not a fan of, like, time gating and stuff. Which is why I get super annoyed that Pearl Abyss seems to be leaning more into it. Been selling ingots like crazy? Yeah, I should get to processing more. I'll probably play some more Diablo 4 tonight and start processing more ingots. I'm not going to sell any though, I'm just going to keep saving them in case I need them when I start pushing for my stone. You'll be on time tomorrow? Okay, good. Good. These poor people have been sitting here contentless. Just sitting here listening to me yap about fucking nothing. You should have seen it. We had at least a dozen people say, "Where's Dragor? This place sucks." I just played a week and it's all bots. Is Lost Ark really bad for bots still? That's rough. That's one of the consequences of not having a closed market. That's one thing that people don't give Perlibus enough credit for. That's one thing people don't give Perlibus enough credit for is how well they've done at insulating the market in a way that combats bots. Because there's no direct player-to-player trading, right? If there was direct player-to-player trading, like if you could just trade silver, this game would be flooded with bots. Absolutely flooded. And people would be just selling currency, right? The damn central market worked? Yeah. Like, come on, get that shit together, PA. Did I farm Gaipen or Honglim? Chat. Can we help out Blitz here? An MMO? Black Desert. Fantastic game. As much as I mauled about it, right, it's from the perspective of somebody who's put 60, 70,000 hours into the game. I mean, most of that is AFK, obviously, right? Probably more of like a third of that, of active hours, but that's still a fuckload of time. This is a great game that has a ton of things for new players to do. So I highly recommend this. Make sure you use code Zethian too. Two ends? My buddy forgot your name had two ends. Yeah, that seems to be a common occurrence. And if you make a typo, I don't get credit. I wonder how many Zethiums there are. Maybe some people see the two N's and they think it's an M. And now the problem is, like, let's say I contacted Twitch and I was like, yeah, can I have that account, Zethian with one N? And let's say they gave it to me. Well, now people would be constantly doing Zethian with two N's. And I'd be getting, like, people fucking it up in the other direction. So it just kind of, it is what it is. It is what it is. Now I'm addicted to getting gears and seeing my character develop. So I wonder if Black Desert is kind of one. Oh, 1000%. If you enjoy progressing your character and making it stronger and stronger, that is one thing Black Desert does very well. You have thousands of hours of progression to start dumping into your character. So if you enjoy doing specifically that, I think you'll really enjoy Black Desert. Mounts like dragons? No. There is a dragon mount in the game, but it's only for your guild. It's not something you get to just actively ride around on, and that's only certain guilds that, I think you gotta do War of the Roses or something in order to unlock them. Most of the mounts are just horses. That's actually one area of the game where they neglect the most is cool mounts. Frogdolo is damn cool. It's okay. Biseptimus had a good argument against flying mounts. Yeah, I'm fine with them not having actively flying mounts. But once again, this kind of goes back to the same conversation we had earlier. I like my games more hardcore. And as you make movement faster and faster, and, you know, and then flying is like a whole other level, because now you don't even have to concern yourself with terrain. All it does is shrink the world. No Farrakha mount? Yeah, that's crazy. I want to run around on my Farrakha listening to do 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 do. You fucking know it. Every single one of you will be doing the same damn thing, and you know it. One of the bears in Olita, the bear would be cool. Yeah. You can do that riding the alpaca? I don't know, that's not quite the same. Don't you dare compare an alpaca to a chocobo. Alpaca can spit on people? See, now you're selling it. I want to find fucking John and Dragor and maybe even Orphic too. Run there in my alpaca and spit right in their face. Huh. We'll sooner have motorcycles than other types. You know what's funny? Is that feels accurate. I'm gonna have like some motorcycle made by Marnie next. If only there was an MMO where you can ride on a chocobo with the music playing. Yeah. That would definitely be the final game that I would ever play. Some might even call it the Final Fantasy. Those hover bikes they're selling? What are they, just like 2 drones? I think I've seen a video. I bet those things are fucking loud. The amount of lift you would need. I mean, that's effectively... It sounds kind of fucked up because it's effectively a helicopter, but instead the blades are under you. That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. Oh, shit. Especially for your mom. What the hell? What the hell? Why are you bringing my mom into this? Pretty agile looking? No, they definitely do look cool. What is this? What? What? Non-surgical balloon foreskin stretching. Is there a market for that? What are you looking up? Man, this world is so cursed. When you see shit like that, you're like, oh, we are so doomed. We are so doomed. Imagine if all the stuff we put, like, all the nonsense stuff we put attention on, imagine if we focus that effort on the actual useful things. No one popping loot buffs? They are on my channel. Hell yeah. I'm gonna take a quick little intermission after this. I need to try some of this turkey shepherd's pie. I must be normal. I got a sour cream ad, Hyundai ad, and a Travago ad. Weight Watchers. Yo. Man. Okay, I'll be back, chat. Look at that. I got a submarine for a horse. Watch this. As soon as I back away. Wait. Wait, it's based on my camera. Look at it. My camera's far, and then my camera's close. Far. Close. Oh. The hell? What's wrong with this horse? I got a fucking submarine for a horse. Maybe I can hop on it if I keep my camera back far. Oh no, I can't. Okay, I'll be back, chat. That was good. Shepherd's pie with leftover turkey instead. It's actually delicious. It's actually, you know what I realized? This is just like a turkey dinner, but in shepherd's pie form. Because there's turkey, there's carrots, there's onions, there's celery. And then there's like a gravy-like sauce on it. And then there's the mashed potatoes on top. It's basically like a turkey dinner, but shepherd's pie form. The only thing this shit's missing is some stuffing. Cranberries? I've never been a fan of cranberries with turkey. When you say cranberries and stuffing, I've never thought of putting cranberries in the stuffing. Maybe if it was like real cranberries, like some of them in the stuffing, that might be kind of tasty. I've never tried that. But when I think of cranberries with a turkey dinner, it's like a cranberry jelly or like a cranberry sauce that you have with the turkey. Dried cranberries in the stuffing, though? That sounds alright. I think I like that. My wife and I are the only two out of our whole family that actually eat stuffing. So maybe next time, since we're the only two eating it anyways, maybe we'll try putting some dried cranberries in there. Because I know, like, I love real cranberries, dried cranberries. So does my wife. So I know we'll definitely like it. 19-pound prime rib? Oh my god. Let's see. Holy. That looks phenomenal. You made that really well, too. Nice and pink on the inside. God damn. You cooked that perfectly. That is so good. Oyster stuffing. That sounds interesting. Okay, that was phenomenal. That was so good. I need a glass of water now, though. Yeah, I'm back. Smoked at 225, 250. Since it was so big, it took off when it hit 107 internal to slow it down. Rest till it got up to 112, 115 on the counter. Then jacked up the smoker to 450, seared it. Ooh, very nice. Bigger the piece of meat, the more it cooks while resting. Yeah, because it has more mass to hold on to the heat, right? And then that heat slowly, it goes both inward and outward. But yeah, no, you got that nice pink inside on that prime rib. That was definitely cooked very well. Just waiting for my dog to come back in. Are you done yet? Hurry up. You know what I'd do with that too? Cut like some really nice thin pieces off and put it on a bun. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, yeah, with some horseradish sauce. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. Literally did that. It was so good. Yeah. Especially with that juice, right? You put the meat on, you put a little bit of that juice on top, and then you put some horseradish sauce. I'd eat it just like that. I love beef on a bun with just those toppings. And then doing that with prime rib. Ooh, that is so damn good. Just waiting for my dog to come back in. And then I'll do one more cycle, then it'll be about time for us to do our boss run with the homies. I've never made my own horseradish sauce. I should try that. I bet homemade is so much better too. What's the shelf life on something like that though? Because I would be the only person using it. I'd imagine with like the lemon juice and all that stuff, probably lasts quite a while in the refrigerator. Oh, rosemary, yeah. If you know, you know. You watch that dude. That dude can cook. His channel, every single video, he does a shout out to rosemary salt. I'm a huge fan of rosemary, especially on like lamb. Like if you got like a rack of lamb or something like that. Oh my god, rosemary goes so good with it. But yeah, my wife and kids, that's another thing that they're not crazy about. They don't like rosemary, which pisses me off. I love rosemary. I love Rose and her sister Mary. Ooh. That fridge is dead? Yeah, actually, it's kind of funny because I played one of those episodes. We were watching him cook something just the other day. And my kids are like, this is the guy who beats his fridge, right? And I was like, I don't know, we'll see. And I knew, like, yeah, it's the guy. And at the end of the episode, he didn't actually beat his fridge, which kind of blew my mind. I was like, what the fuck? Is he feeling okay? 20 pieces of minced garlic. Oh, that's the secret ingredient right there, garlic. There's not much you can't make better with garlic. Only thing worse with garlic is your breath. Depends. Some people would benefit. I'd rather have them have garlic breath than what they have. Some people, it's like there's something dying in their mouth and you're like, what the hell? Goddamn. Tuna every day for breakfast? Oh man, I love tuna. But I would not eat tuna for breakfast. That's foul. Oh, you son of a bitch, Koo. It's like 15 minutes before our bosses. I thought they were legit calling me. I was just checking my Discord. I was like, what the fuck? Sounds like Sabaton. Yep, Rise of Evil. Did you hear that right? Well, I don't know what you heard, but they sing about a lot of historical things. I just grind. Yeah, I don't count trash. Counting trash to me would be like the equivalent of working your job and staring at the clock, right? Waiting for your day to end. It just makes it take longer. As long as at the end of the day I feel like I made a reasonable amount of silver for the time invested, I'm happy. A decent karma combo for PvE form. What do you mean? Or pre-form? Do you mean PvE form or pre? What do you mean by pre-form? Oh, you're just talking about normal Seraph, yeah. So if you're comparing to Angel form, it's the same. The BSR form just reduces cooldowns. It doesn't make your abilities hit harder. So you're still just doing the same shit. And it's basically just hold R&B, right? Make sure you get your AP buff up with either F or R&B. Make sure you get your debuff off. So if you're debuffing a group of mobs, hit Shift Q. Or if you're focused more on single target DPS, then make sure you hit spacebar for the, I want to call it armor break, but I think it's called armor crush. And then after that, it's either hold R&B or LMB. Is the spacebar good? It's used for debuffing. If you're not getting your DP shred on the mob, yes, you're losing out on a ton of damage. You don't always need to use spacebar though. If you are trying to debuff a group of mobs, then you should hit Shift Q instead, because it has a larger AoE and it'll make sure you get the debuff on all the mobs. But if it is just single target DPS you're worried about, then using spacebar is better because it is faster. Broken horse. Yeah, I love this horse so much. Is that horse easier to obtain than the mythical ones? Yes and no. If you're in a guild that does a lot of, like, wins a lot of sieges and War of the Roses and stuff, then yes. If you are not in one of those guilds, then it is miserable to try to get. You could spend a year trying to get it. Can I drop another button? Yeah. Oh, there you go. It's not my fault you can't see the button. I think I said the same joke the last time you said that. God damn it. I feel like we're on repeat. Is this a glitch in the Matrix? You have an active imagination? Oh my goodness. And an active appetite. There we go. Back over 1.7 trillion, chat. Gotta keep piling it up. Who cares? You care. You cared enough to tell me that you don't care, which implies that you do care. Because if you didn't care, then you wouldn't type that you didn't care. You feel me? Shut up. Shut up with that grandpa bullshit. How old are you, Suna? How old are you? Why do I get the feeling you're not that much younger than me? 22? No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. Close enough? Yeah, flip that upside down. You're probably 77. I'm 40 but look 22? 22 in each leg? Huh? How old do I look, you guys? Huh? How old do I look? 45, 55, 50, why 255? I'm 52. Yeah, fuck you guys. I hate this place.
Emotional damage.
They did. I'm not hiding.
Ooh, Bond, let's go.
You guys just don't deserve to look at me anymore after that. You can't hide your crow's feet with them Dahmer glasses. Why is that the... Shut up. Hickey, is that you?
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Hello? It is. Why do we have that? Is that like a permanent replacement? There's nothing Christmassy about it. What do you mean? My inventory is clean. I got my treasure items. I have my life skilling stuff. I have traps for when I need it. And then I have my alchemy stones. I have my drop buffs. This is organized. And then all the junk I keep at the bottom. What if I do this? Boom. Look at that. Does that make you feel better? Huh? What do you mean random flares? You need flares. Tell him, Suna. Tell him. I'll start it. Yep. I mean, you don't have to come out here, but you'll have to pop your own buff then. I haven't had it once today. The other day, though, I had it pretty bad Saturday.
Why don't you ever do that thing I like anymore? I have needs to daddy.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm just so stressed at work, they aren't adding content for me.
You're such a dumb bitch, Vigor. And you know what she's talking about? She's talking about that helicopter dick. Ooh, she misses it. uh... Look at it. Now that's a submarine horse. Probably T1, because you probably kill more mobs there. I'm not exactly sure. Where the fuck are my eyebrows? My eyebrows are right here, you bastard. And I know, I got really faint eyebrows. When I was, shit, how old was I? Like 14 or something like that? I had a girlfriend who wanted to tweeze my eyebrows. And I was, simp, I guess would be the best way to phrase it. And I just said sure, because I did. And I don't know, maybe that shit never grew back. But yeah, I got faint eyebrows. They also line up pretty good with my glasses, so... Was it worth though? No. No, it's never worth it to simp. Never. Ever, ever, ever. What was that like for? Shut up. This one looks angry. Yeah, no. I'd never tweeze or wax or anything my eyebrows. I legit just barely have eyebrows. They're quite faint. I'm pretty sure I've lost more eyebrow hair than I have hair on my head. Into a fight with a barbecue, yeah. Opened it up. Singed it all off. That's what you gotta watch out for with a gas grill. You won't have that shit happen with charcoal. Time to tattoo eyebrows? Yo, maybe we should do that as a stream goal sometime. You guys get to paint. Sorry, you guys get to pick the eyebrows I paint on my head. And then I'll get my wife to do them. I'll make sure she gives me eyebrows that make me look real angry. I don't have house buff. You gotta shave your eyebrows? Do you really? Well, when I was younger, I used to work midnights at a grocery store. And there's this one dude who worked there as well. We used to call him Angry Brows. He had this really, really thick eyebrows, and it was a unibrow. But they looked angry because they like pointed inward in the middle. And they went like up high on the sides. He looked like he was permanently pissed off because of his eyebrows. Pet talent follows the appearance? It does, yeah. So, like, if you have a polar bear, then if you keep the appearance of the polar bear, it'll keep the weight. If you're trying to upgrade it to a T4. I had a feeling that's usually one of the primary reasons people do that. Is for, like, polar bears. Yeah, some talent stack, some don't. Death penalty reduction does. I actually grind with 5 death penalty reduction pets. The polar bear ones do, but like fishing ones don't. Actually, now that I think about it, all the ones that don't stack, it'll only let you pull out 1 pet of that type anyways, so... Need one more primordial, chat. Yeah, I think it'll only let you pull out one of those pets at a time anyways. What am I even going to do with that flame? Probably just save it. Just put it at the bottom of my inventory with the other, like, treasure items, just for the sake of having it.
Beneficial of a Shining Destruction Stone? No. Suck Sages, for sure. Suck Sage skills with attack speed better than any other class in the game. Because it's a slower animation class, but not just because of that, because it has a blanket super armor buff it gets after Rift Chain. So the faster you are, the more you can get under that blanket. But yeah, tons of classes these days have like a ton of abilities to do. It's not like they'll run out of abilities. Yeah, all classes feel smooth with more attack speed. Every single one of them. Attack speed is one of the most valuable stats in the game. What's up, real dog? No job, nice and smooth. Catch you later. Have a good one. Oh, excuse me. Okay, chat. I'm gonna head out now. Thank you all for hanging out today. Much love to all of you. There's two people I can raid right now, either Norelio or Armin. Who do you guys want to watch? Looks like Norelio's just doing some savior grinding at Tenebrom, and Armin is doing some 2v2 practice. Yeah, I'm going to raid Armin, actually.
because I don't get a lot of opportunities to rate him. But thank you all for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We will be back tomorrow. We'll see ya soon. Make sure you guys go say hi to Armin. Maybe I should give him a little introduction before I go. Armin is does a lot of the shoutcasting for official tournaments. Extremely knowledgeable player on all classes. Participates in as many tournaments as he can when he's not being paid to shoutcast them. And he'll also tell you that Ninja's in a terrible spot. Fix my eyebrows before tomorrow. I'll get your mother to fix them. See ya.